Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GAN's plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Hello, friends, neighbors, creatures of the universe, agents of peace, and as Mr. Keshe said, friends. I think we'll be making many new friends, and I don't think it'll be a one-time experience. Perhaps we'll start being connected to our friends in the universal community. I know Mr. Keshe is bringing in or adding or simulating cosmic rays. He said they've developed a system now to introduce cosmic rays or mimic them. Again, I don't think he's bringing in cosmic rays from the universe, but creating them through a system similar to what he's done before. But apparently this is like bringing in the twin turbos or a supercharger, or probably, again, beyond our full understanding, and just another piece of the puzzle being added. So we'll hear a little bit about cosmic rays today, as well as go through some of the artisans' work. I think that's very important for people to experience and enjoy some of the technology from the Keshe Foundation. But again, these cosmic rays seem to be something that's needed and something we couldn't achieve on our own. Even the team there is building the system, but they don't really know what they're building, I guess, as I understand it, but they'll understand it more shortly, and so won't we, hopefully. I don't know how long this whole process will take, but apparently this is an integral ingredient into the flight systems to get the perfect transmutation or the perfect positioning or landing, or creating conditions wherever you'd like to travel to. So it's just an amazing process that's going on. We thank the Keshe Foundation, the knowledge of Mr. Keshe, because I don't think any of us would have gotten even as far as we've gotten. As he said, if I would have sold out to Lockheed Martin years ago, he could have lived as a king with billions of dollars. We would have never had the pain pen, the cup of life, and so many other things that you're now finding in the store. All this technology would have been hidden. But that wasn't the plan. The plan is to bring us to peace and to start to venture into space and join with our family, the universal community, who, again, as he said, has always been with us. The planet belongs to the universal community. It's just us who've been a little stubborn, or strongly stubborn, I guess, over the thousands and hundreds of thousands or millions of years that man has been on this planet. Some of the things we were able to do in the past, but in the recent period, we seem to have forgotten them and gotten more and more into the physicality aspect of our existence, totally ignoring the energy state. And now that's going to change for all of us. The knowledge seekers first, or other people who have gone through the system. But it's a beautiful time within the Keshe Foundation, and we should start seeing some of these systems being delivered into the Americas. As he said, they're going to allow the Americans to copy the system or reproduce it or replicate it or mimic it. But I was always under the impression there's no copying. We didn't want this monkey see, monkey do. And maybe it'll just be a simple system for, I say simple, but Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and autism. And then we'll see how the children play with the new toy. And then, of course, as Mr. Keshe said, he can add on pieces or systems onto the existing systems, and they can do all sorts of things depending on how they set them. So I think this is a test in a way to allow the children or the government scientists to start playing and seeing what this technology is all about. So it's really a new day once these systems start rolling out, not only here, but apparently in other places around this planet as well. I think he said John would be getting 6 units. The doctors will be getting 3 units in Germany. The Uruguay unit, as he said last week, will go through, I believe. And of course, there'll be some more systems being brought into Linz. So it's an amazing progression. Most of us are really in the background. Some of us here have gone through the flight system or done some testing with Mr. Keshe, so we can see how phenomenal this really is. And it's just going to continue to go forward. I don't know the whole plan, but we have 7 billion people plus all the plants and animals and everything else that all souls are going to be able to avail themselves of this elevation. I don't know what all that means, but it's a process. And whether it goes slowly at first and then speeds up, we'll just have to see. Hopefully everyone will be so enamored with it, they'll forget about making war and warmongering and start to explore some of this new technology, because it is so fantastic, never been seen before on this planet. Usually we start with the World Peace Treaty, and of course that's what we are going to start with today. And of course this is about being peaceful in your surroundings, with yourself, with other creatures that you may interact with. We're learning to respect and treat them as they should be treated. As Mr. Keshe said, the Creator has many faces, and he appears in what we call life. So wherever you notice a life form, that is the Creator. And of course, you wouldn't step on the Creator purposefully, would you? I don't think so. So we're learning to respect and to work with these other souls. And I think it will be beautiful when we all get on the same page and start to interact as creators or respecting the other entities that we come across, no matter what they look like. So this is our World Treaty, which in a way is a prerequisite to obtaining some of this understanding. Again, if you're not a peaceful person with yourself, with your environment, with your neighbors, and so on, and no one's 100% peaceful, but we're learning to be more at ease with ourselves, with our environment, as we understand this is all part of the Creator in a way, where he's in everything we interact with, even the things we can't see, and we're interacting with them. So this is the World Peace Treaty. Everyone's familiar with it here. Would anyone like to read it? I think this will become a very popular document in the coming time, as everyone will start to share and understand that peace is this prerequisite that's needed to go to the next step. I'll read it. The World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of Earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We, shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we, all agree and swear with our or my, and you can delete as appropriate. Whether you're signing this for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or a body, or a soul. You simply put your name there, signature, date, position held, and on behalf of, again, is it be on behalf of your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or as an individual, and have it witnessed. Name, signature, date, and position held. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And this is the exact document, as I understand it, the world leaders will sign, the religious leaders will sign, and anyone else who wants to avail themselves of the Keshe plasma technology. So the peace treaty is very important, and it is an initial step. And of course, you don't have to sign it with a pen. You can sign it with because you won't find any pens in the universe, so you sign it with the pen of your soul. but I think this will be talked about quite a bit. It's very simple, but yet it's needed, and it's just again, a public acknowledgement of your ethos toward fellow men and the other created beauties of the Creator. Any comments from anyone about the peace treaty? I know, Alex, you used to hand out quite a number of them. Usually I have a few of them with me, and if the time is right, I will hand the person one, and they may say, well, where do I sign? And I said, no, it's between you and your soul. You don't even have to sign it. But it's an acknowledgement that you want to move the planet, the nation, the religion into a peaceful condition, because all of us need to be more in peace, I believe. We're not fully there yet, but we're on the road to get there. So let's see if we can go to, well, I thought we perhaps would start with the, again, the artisans. Everything we're going to talk about today, though, is in the foundation store. We're going to, I think this is the least expensive item in the store at $19.99, which is called the Keshe Plasma Field Absorption Butterfly. And we'll hear Mr. Keshe mention this about it being a living entity. So I think all the products would actually fit into that category as living entities with a soul. And as Mr. Keshe said about the butterflies, they are priceless and they cannot be replicated. And similar with the artwork. This artwork is very beautiful, some abstract. You can actually order your own sort of painting or maybe have one of these produced. But the foundation is opening up to artisans, whether you're a pottery maker, a poet, glass maker, whatever sort of skills you have, painter, and so on. Bring your talents to the Keshe Foundation, and they may find a place for you to use their platform as something to show your work. And again, this combination of ganses, I don't think the paintings can be replicated either. You need a certain strength of GANs, and you need a certain combination of those to get that interaction. So the artwork cannot be replicated, at least at this point. But let's hear a little bit more about this whole understanding of art. And the work is beautiful in itself, just as looking at a painting, but now these are dynamic. And if the butterflies are interactive or interact with their environment, so doesn't the artwork. Must be some sort of living entity, I would think, because they do change colors and they do interact with their environment. I don't think they can reproduce themselves, but anyway, let's hear a little bit more about this artisans and opening the foundation up to the art world, let's say, or the type of people that work with art, poetry, glassware, pottery making, and so on and so forth.
Break. Would you like to take us to a break? And
sure.
Can you show us what we call the pictures and the paintings and the other things and the machineries which are now in the center, but what do you call it? We've seen enough of them.
You want to show that after the break, you mean?
You know,
Or-
as a break, in your break.
Oh, it's part of the break.
like
Okay.
part of the break. Shows us different variations.
Okay.
This, what you have, is one of the paintings.
Yes. I decided to put that as a background image for
It's
today.
beautiful. It's done by an Italian artist. Hopefully soon we have offered her an exhibition in Linz to her, for her to run an exhibition in the center. And you've seen a lot of beautiful work from this artist. If you're an artist, send us your work. And we see what we can do with it.
Okay, we'll have a look at some of the other artwork that's been available and is available. Some of them have been sold, but
Yes, you can commission
Still have
what
a-
you want to be drawn. Very much.
okay, this is the Keshe Foundation store site where those the Gans artwork is shown and the Gans paintings. Let me put the link for that into the chat here so that people have that available. To all of our chats. And so when we go to that page, we have, well, it shows the cycle of life cups, #1, and then it shows Gans artwork, which includes sculptures and artwork and handcraft. We looked at the plasma spiral previously, and it's now sold. And we do see a plasma pyramid here. So that's something that folks can consider. And that's what's available currently in that category. And if we go back to that original page and scroll down a little bit, you'll find the Gans paintings. And it mentions these these four paintings are pairs. Pairs are painted always with the same Ganses, that the pairs are connected with a ratio of 2:1. The plasma fields can be clearly felt if you stand in between.
I like this painting. It's in the exhibition center. It's just arrived, and it's beautiful. It's amazing.
And which one would go with that? Would it be this one?
It's a pair of them.
They're not really lined up on the. We see the two spirals, so
You
I'm
see,
assuming that it'd be
yeah, this one is opposite
Then-
to the other one. Yeah,
There's another one like that
This-
though too.
this is the pair of them. Yeah.
And does this one? Maybe this one goes with this
No,
one.
it's exactly the same. No, that one is exactly the same. It's a parallel two of them.
Okay.
Yes, this is always two matching the same. And
Okay. So with the
this-
spiral, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, it's been made this way.
And so with the spirals, are they both exactly like this, or is there one
There's another
this
one.
color?
Yes.
That's
Yes, yes.
So those two spirals come as a pair. That's the idea, I guess.
Yep. These are beautiful paintings, and we try to bring in more other artists, Keshe Foundation artists. And the beauty with it is you feel the energies, you understand. And next week, we will display, if you remember Joel from France, we will display the wines which are made by Kansas. We cannot sell what they call wines or alcohol. It'll be there to show another dimension in plasma technology. We have received bottles of this product, and to get involved in it is not our job. And even for the vineyard, is a lot of certification, licensing, and if they can export it, this is a different, what they call it, ball games, which is not our job. We put in the bottle of the wine and with the name of the vineyard on it, and to show the first, what we call wine ganses. And you make, if you want, directly in touch with the vineyard to order or see if you can get some. But in principle, we put it as a sample to show the application of the technology, the way we did with the, what we call paint pen, paint pads, the paintings, the sculpture. Now it's another dimension into what we call application, which is used and done. And you can go directly to the vineyard and order whatever you like. But for us is to show how it's done, because the, what we call how it was produced and how it, what it was done is in the archives of the Keshe Foundation, where we saw visual with the videos and everything else which he provided us. And thanks to him, he is at the moment very openly helping anybody wants to be taught and how help with the vineyards and some knowledge seekers have already been in touch with him to get help or to understand what was done. Anything else?
I found the other pair to the other one that's like this.
Yeah.
That we saw. I think this is the match.
The pair
one
of it. Yes. Yep.
So you have to go. You have to go by.
Find your pair.
Yeah, find the pair. You have to. Part of the.
It's good at least you
is to
see
find it.
everything. Yes.
And you can go by the
name.
by the names here. That if it's universe 1 and 2, then you find universe, and they're all named at least. So
yeah.
There's the lighthouse one.
This lighthouse one is beautiful as a pair. You everything when you pay for a pair of them is that each one you pay that price. The sculpture, the first sculpture is already sold, and the second sculpture arrived last week, which you see the pyramid. And as I said, we would like to see what else you make and how you make it, and how you, what do you call it, evolve it and develop it, that we can support you in the technology. And we'll let you know as more artists or more artisans try to work with us. Shall we go into any questions? And we can shorten it this week.
So, Mr. Keshe said these paintings could be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars in the future. Not that we're encouraging you to speculate. They're really not for speculation, but apparently this is, again, a technology that has not been shared except with the artists. And the foundation will supply the ganses so they're at the right strength, and I'm sure they're instructing the artist where to put them. We'll have to get some feedback. I don't know if anyone here has interacted with any of the paintings. He said some were hanging in the exhibition center in Linz. And we do have a few people here that have gone through the exhibition center. Any comments from anyone? Gail has put in the chat, sounds very interesting, ultrasonic activation, priced affordably. She's talking about the butterflies, I believe. Priced affordably, even for South Africa. 4 pieces in the package. I think it's individual, Gail. So
Yeah. Another person put a comment in the chat just above, and I was replying to that. If you can see it there. If you
Oh,
click on it,
okay.
you'll see something in the store that I didn't, yeah.
Yeah, aren't these, Randy, aren't these the discs that they were shown?
No, this is the plug-in GANs units. You plug them into the wall. It's an ultrasonic frequency generator of each of the various GANSes.
Okay, let's see if we can have a quick look at that. But anyone can go to the store. And, oh yes, these have been in there for a while. I don't know anyone who's gotten them or used them. The product generates a large range of ultrasonic waves that repel mosquitoes, rats, and cockroaches. 2, GANS technology. The GANS releases magnetic plasma fields by the ignition of ultrasonic waves. Simply install it in your living room, bedroom, or office, and you could enjoy the balanced environment. Multiple choices: white for CO2 and ZNO, pink for CH3 GANs, green for CUO GANs, and black for the 1 cup 1 life GANs. Modern fashion design brings beauty to your space. Easy to use, just plug it in the electrical outlet and press the button to start. No noise, no hassle, just enjoy the GANs plasmatic experience. There's 2 types. One has a plug for the EU and one for the US market. And of course,
What I was wondering is
yeah.
if you put, let's say, the white one, the ZNO, and what's the white one? I can't see it. Anyway, if you put that one beside the GANSes you're making of each one, would that enhance the ability of that GANS? I wonder.
I don't know.
Well, I'm
But
going to
these
find
are-
out because
Yeah.
I ordered it as a Christmas present to myself. So
Oh, nice. And I often think about that. You know, I've run across some mouse traps that are still in the package and I don't need them anymore. So I was thinking about giving them away. And I had some glue traps as well, where mice have, you know, stick to them and then you throw them away in certain instances and things, but I'm going to get rid of those as well. I'm not going to allow them to be used because it's actually, you know, killing another being. And there's plenty of mouse traps out there, but I'm not going to let the ones I have get to be used that way. And most people that are using them, they're very innocent. They don't understand the mice or whatever are getting into different things or affecting the children or droppings and so on. So of course we have to kill them. Any sort of exterminator or anything, that's the method they follow. But with the Keshe Foundation, and I think what's happening with these ultrasonic, I remember them from before, but I haven't seen them lately. They're changing the environment so that the pests actually find their own way out of the house. And they're still alive. So they're changing the conditions, and I don't think you'll find any dead mice or rats or cockroaches. This technology is not set up to kill anything. It's to elevate and to encourage and to enlighten. And all these products, even to the butterflies, he said, we all missed it. We thought they were for capturing the electromagnetic waves, which really, he said, they're soul elevators. So all the products seem to be having this ability to elevate souls. And we certainly need that across this planet to become more aware of, again, that there is more to be aware of is one of the things in enlightenment, I think, and of course, elevation as well. So none of these products are meant to kill, but just to create a condition where rats, mosquitoes, cockroaches are not happy in their environment, so they find another place to live. And that's my
They don't work.
understanding.
Does that mean that we will leave our own houses?
No, you said they don't work.
Yes, I have them since 1.5 years. And I told everybody that I have butterflies and whatever in my flat here, but it's not against mice. I have a lot of mice or mouses, and they don't work against here mosquitoes. I already have mosquitoes inside here.
Okay. Well, I haven't tested them. Anyone else test them? But the foundation does want to hear good reports and bad reports. Did you actually write the foundation and say these don't work?
No, it's
They do want to hear the feedback, but I'm sure
Sure.
they've been tested. And again, I don't know exactly, but I know the conditions should change for the pests to leave, not to actually kill them. So how do you know it's the same mouse? Could it be a different mouse came into your environment?
no one live here,
Again.
and I have a lot of mouses here, because they love it. They love the gans.
Okay, yep, that's someone else had said that as well.
Yeah.
And this past week, I've had about 7 flies in my kitchen. And because it's cold outside, somehow they found their way into the house, into the warmer environment. But in times past, I would get the fly swatter because they're landing on my plate, they're landing on my coffee cup, they're landing on the ganses. And I tried to create the field with myself to ask them to leave, but they didn't. I know
Me too.
Jackie has often had flies that land on his hand. He lets them land on his hand and then he carries them outside. But I was thinking maybe that's just some sort of test for me, as I mentioned earlier, not in this meeting, in another meeting, that can I tolerate this? Or am I going to get up, get the fly swatter and kill them because they're landing on the food or the coffee or whatever? So far I haven't gotten the fly swatter. I'm allowing them to live, and I'm also asking on the soul level if they would kindly depart. Although they want to eat as well, so I guess that's the reason. I even closed the shades and put a light on in the other room. Hopefully they would be attracted to the light, but they weren't. They stayed right in the kitchen. And then I saw one on top of the other. What does that mean, Steph?
I have a question. What is this animal on the dog? Ticks? Is this what is eating the dog's blood?
Oh yeah. They pick up a tick and then the tick embeds itself in there. Yeah.
And what is Mr. Keshe saying about the ticks? If I have one in my dog, everyone is saying you have to kill them because they have a lot of diseases, whatever. And what does Mr. Keshe said about this? This ticks.
I've never heard him spoken about ticks, but basically the idea is to change the environment, that they don't like that environment. In other words, if there was a loud sound, you wouldn't stay in that environment. You'd want to move, correct?
Correct. But if you go with your dog somewhere else, and it's okay. My dog has really nearly nothing from these ticks, but sometimes 1 or 2. And what should I do? Should I kill them, or what should I do with them?
I know there's a bunch of techniques on the internet. I think there's actually a little $2 tool, which I think it's called Tick Off, which people use it for camping when their children pick up a tick or something, and it's just some sort of thing that pries them off. It's like a V shape. But I've heard also putting soap on them will make them withdraw.
Yeah, but the thing is, okay, I have no problem to find them or to touch them. But what should I do if I have them in my fingers? Everyone is saying you have to kill them, really to fire or into the toilet, whatever. But what should I kill, or what should I do?
Put them back outside. I mean, that's just my thinking on it. And of course, killing is our main solution to everything, you know. Even with Christ, they thought if they would kill him, they would be done with him. But of course, they found out later they had to deal with his soul. And the tick, I would say, has a soul.
Sure.
And that tick wants to elevate. So if you do remove them, put them back outside.
Yeah, but they had a lot of diseases like meningitis or whatever, and maybe this tick goes to another child or dog, and then the
Well,
disease goes
wish the
around.
best. Wish the
Sure.
best for the tick. But
Yeah,
these
I do.
things, I know that sounds so strange to most of us because obviously killing is the solution, isn't it? But like I said,
Yeah.
they're finding out in the military and other places, killing is not the solution. Because you
Right.
may have killed the physicality, but now the soul could have a problem with you because it knows exactly what happened to it and why that physicality has left, and it can affect you, your family, your future generations, or whatever. If that soul is angry and is not happy about being removed from its structure before it was time to be removed. So that's the only thing I would say about it. Killing is
Yeah,
over.
thank you.
So that's why the solution normally in the Keshe Foundation and on the store for the plants and other things is to change the condition that they're not happy there. In other words, if you smelled sulfur, rotten eggs in your home, you wouldn't stay there. So whatever the interaction is, you're just causing them to change their location. That's all.
Sure, I tried everything since 1.5 years, everything, believe me. But nothing works really good.
We'll ask a little more on that. I know Alex from Nigeria said making a GANs of sulfur mixed with CuO would work. I've never tried it for most pests or small rodents or something along that line.
Sulfur GANs, yes, I have made.
Okay, and mix that in with some CuO and test it and see.
Yeah. Okay, see you next Sunday.
What one did you get, by the way? Did you buy all 4 of these?
Yes, you have you can only buy the 4.
Oh, okay, a set of 4 pieces, yes. Okay, I was wondering if they were €99 each plus shipping and taxes.
But if we elevate with these rays or whatever, then does that mean that they are going to be healthy and they're not going to make anybody sick anymore?
We missed part of your question, the bandwidth. Dale? All right, I don't.
Yeah, I am.
You're not coming
I'm
in.
saying, does it mean that if they, can you hear me now? Okay,
No,
I'll try to write it.
yeah, it is better.
Gail, do you want to try again? You were just clear for a moment. Oh, did she leave? No. Gail, you want to try
I'm
one more?
still here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Partially.
Yes?
Yes.
I'll try. And this? Okay. I hope my computer doesn't close off my face. I'm asking the rays from these.
Yeah, South Africa is not coming in today, at least at the moment. Hopefully it clears up. And could you write it in the chat? I don't know if you can hear me as well.
I think that's what she was trying to say. She's going to write it in the chat rather than try to speak.
Yeah, as soon as she says, "Can you hear me?" I can hear her, but then she goes to speak, it loses its connection. Randy, you put my cats in the middle of the night knocked off a vial of GANs off the desk and have claimed it as their new play toy.
Yeah, I heard this racket in the middle of the night. Now, what do you guys got? And I looked at my desk. and there's a vial of GANs missing. So, okay, you guys can have it because I've looked around and they've stashed it someplace.
What was it? What sort of
Uh,
GANs?
Cup 1,
Okay.
little 5 ml vial of Cup 1.
And again, Mr. Keshe answered a question in the store. Let's see about these butterflies right here. This is the Keshe Plasma Fields Absorption Butterfly is specially designed technology with the property of enhancing the negative oxygen environment. Keshe Plasma Field. And again, this is the least expensive item, I believe, in the store are these butterflies. And we'll hear, well, why don't we just hear what is being said? But anyway, I'll read this. Keshe Plasma Field Absorption Butterfly is specially developed technology with the property of enhancing the negative oxygen environment affecting a major spectrum of fields within the environment, especially for diversion and absorption of fields which are not needed in the environmental condition, and that might be harmful to systems. This product is designed in a special way, but under closed technologies and materials which are developed in Keshe Foundation research laboratories. It does not use normal nano-coated materials. Keshe Plasma Fields Absorption Butterfly is offered in 3 different sizes. Small version is for the mobile phones, inside the cars, in rooms, on the windows, etc. Medium version is intended for tablets, inside cars, in rooms, on windows, etc. Large version is intended for laptops, under the bed, under the mattress, under high field current flows, and other uses. It is advised to be used in pair in large area environment for better effect, placed opposite to each other in that environment. For example, if you place one in one corner of the room, place the second in the diagonally opposite corner of that room, or to be placed in picture frames opposite from each other in the room. I didn't know that. Well, very similar effects to the paintings at a much less expensive cost. And as Mr. Keshe said, he could feel the fields. Of course, he's much more sensitive than most of us, but we all have that ability to develop. Let's go to the workshop and hear what he actually said about these butterflies. And again, in previous workshops, he said these are soul elevating systems. And we all missed it because we thought it was just for the laptop, the mobile phone, or whatever. But you can place them under your kitchen table or whatever to create a better emotional balancing within the home. You don't even have to tell the family they're under there. They'll probably never look. But you may observe or notice some changes in the interactions with the people with these butterflies. I have one on my iPad, and I have one that I have in a knit cap that I wear sometimes. And you can put them on any part of the body you'd like to put them on, Mr. Keshe indicated. But let's hear a little bit more about these. And again,
I put one on my modem, and boy, did it ever quieten that noise down in the computer room.
Okay. Yeah, there'll be many discoveries I think we'll make over time, finding different uses, different applications for all of these items. As Mr. Keshe indicated, that down the road, the plasma technology will find its way into every aspect of our life. So from pet toys to pet food to cosmetics, deodorants, and all kinds of things. Whatever you can think of, there's an application to incorporate the plasma technology into that and to enhance it in a certain way. But let's hear a little more. Anyone else want to add anything?
Line up, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a question from YouTube from, there's a couple of questions actually from We Are Plasma, who says the butterflies from the Keshe Foundation have started changing over time since we began using them. It seems a white material is being produced. What is happening in these exactly? Can you elaborate?
What do you mean? The butterflies,
I
they
guess
interact. These butterflies are living thing. That's why I say if somebody tells you this is whatever, the butterflies you see are a living field. Is not something just a black bees. They interact with the environment. They absorb energies from the environment. They give to the environment. So you might see change of color. You might see absorption of some material. It might fit into in the environment where you live. Could be saturated with certain kind of fields and matter state that they manifest themselves with it. The construction of them have made them to be that way. They're constructed in a specific way, but they do interact with the whole of the environment.
You can see in the image here, this is what's referred to as the Keshe Foundation butterfly. And you can see on in the store, it mentions about it and describes it.
They're in a vacuum pack. So unless you made a hole in whatever in a vacuum pack, they don't interact with the environment.
And they're, just to be clear, they're made to stay in the vacuum pack, correct?
Yeah, they have to stay in the vacuum pack, yeah.
So if changes happen to the structure of it or the coating or something, it's not something to be concerned about. It's just
no, it's
reacting
what
to
is
its
react to the
environment.
environment. Yeah, that's what they are.
In the YouTube, Kakt Van Galen says, any more news on the med beds production?
We have nothing to do with that. That's
Okay, so in the chat, it looks like we're still on ticks. When it comes to any invading creatures, both in human and animals, I have always found you make it inhospitable for that invader, they will leave. I lost one of my dogs to ticks once. It reached the bloodstream. A month later, he left the physical world. Yes, they are an issue for everyone that walks through tall grasses or goes camping or whatever, but there are simple ways on the internet to physically remove them and then just move them to a different location. That's what I would suggest. Thank you, Randy, Steph says. Now
I just got a special
ahead.
shampoo from the vet, and he said, just take the dog outside, lather him up, leave the stuff on for as long as you can, make sure the dog doesn't lick it, put a muzzle on him, right? And washed all the stuff off. And that helped for a while, but the problem was it wasn't caught in time, and the ticks got into the bloodstream and got into his brain, and he just passed away one day. Just that was it, gone.
Yes, and we see this with the children as well, where they come up with this sort of thing. Again, there's been labs off of Long Island where I am and Plum Island, and these ticks got released in a storm, and that's where the problem with the ticks has come more and more as of late. But there are solutions, and they're not that difficult. I think you can just take your simple dish soap and cover them, and that will make them pull away from the spot they're on, and you can remove them. And like I said, there's a little very inexpensive device called Tick Off which is just a V, a piece of plastic with a V, but it gets right between there and sort of, you can nudge them out. I've never used it, but I've seen it at the camping stores and things like that. So Steph, that may be another way for you to approach it.
No, that's not the problem. I can do it with my fingers and to switch them off and they are living. That's not the problem. I just want to know what I'm doing then with this tick. That was my question.
Elevate the tick.
Yeah.
That's the answer that I would have, even though that sounds very strange. And most people would say, as you said, flush them down the toilet, kill them, get rid of them. They can't harm anyone else. But I would just put them outside.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
But again, that's your decision. So
Sure.
what we've been hearing about is cosmic rays. I was going to say cosmetic rays, but no, these are cosmic rays that Mr. Keshe is talking about here in this workshop. Again, another addition or a piece missing for the complete transmutation, as I understand it. And no one is obviously able to produce them. I think he said we have a system where we can produce cosmic rays, and this is what is needed. And I'm thinking back to the nuclear plasma when he mentioned this a number of workshops ago, that we need this sort of nuclear plasma system to be able to create certain things. And I think we're still at that point. But again, these rays are not going to be harmful. As if you were out in the universe, they're just mimicking, as I understand it, the cosmic rays. But I could be totally way off. So you check out whatever I say with what Mr. Keshe says, and then develop your own understanding. But at this point, that's what I think. But let's hear a little bit more about this phenomenal development to take us to the next step.
Then we travel the man at the strength of his cosmic ray fields to another position, not as an earth field or as a soul of the man field. Don't forget, the soul of the man has a span of fields. Here, we were at the soul of the man. Here, we are at the soul, the strength of the what we call the earth, the solar system, and somewhere here is the galaxy. Now in this room, now with this system, we have access to the totality. Now you can see how easily I have made the man the traveler of the universe without the fuel, without burning and destroying anything, without traveling hundreds of thousands of light years. Man needs to be enlightened to understand he can reach the strength of the field of the soul of the Creator an instant. This is what we have to understand. This is what the next generation of the what we call flight system you come into will take you to. In one step, by adding cosmic rays, by adding the field of strength of the universe in the dimension of the totality of systems, we have brought man in a dimension to become the creator of his own dimension and strength anybody in the universe. But what happens to you? What will happen in the dimension of physicality? Does the DNA of the man has any meaning in another part of the universe? Or we work on the strength of the soul of the man, and the DNA or the construction of the physicality will take place at the point of the interaction where the totality of the soul of the man meets all the needs of the dimension of physicality. To absorb energy, to exist, to reproduce, and to manifest itself if needed. This development of what we call universal cosmic rays within Laboratories of the Keshe Foundation is a major breakthrough in the next steps of the flight and the flight systems which comes into operation. Instantaneous. In a way, we're having two systems feeding each other. We can dictate the span of the fields of the cosmos. We would like this string to be to the moon for this passenger and to the next one to be the next galaxy. Because now we cover the full spectrum of it. Our technicians, experts who are building it have to understand this before I can move them to the next one. Otherwise, it's a magic job. We are on the verge of a major breakthrough for man to understand the next step, for man to be part of the next step, for man to be one nation. We can extend this field of the two to be the field, the strength of the what we call the solar system, or to be of the earth. When you're in this dimension of the fields, New York, Beijing, Tehran, Mexico City is all the same. Understanding this process, which brings you the totality of understanding the process of the creation. Now, with developing these new, what we call space units, now having and achieved the dimension of what we call cosmic rays in the systems, and the simplicity that we have achieved it, we have developed it, and our people are understanding it, will bring it so sweet knowledge to all of you that in the next few weeks, once these systems are completed and they start running and they start operating, will interact with even the creatures of the universe. We will see them manifest within the systems. We feel their presence, and if we give them the security of the love of the man, love of the creator, they'll manifest themselves within the systems. The only problem is, as I said to a friend of mine, how do the Austrian custom officers will give visa to somebody from planet Zeus when he comes in no passport? And he comes in the clothes of the skin of the man, understand the totality of the man, he speaks a fluent German, but he's not from here. The confusion for the governments will be bigger than you as knowledge. Development and reaching the production of cosmic rays at the level of the heartbeat of the universe has been one of the major breakthroughs in the development of the science for the space travel.
And at that point, he said production of cosmic rays. So I think they've developed a system that can produce cosmic rays. And I know nothing about them. I can say the word. We've heard a lot of names for rays. Is man's understanding correct? Probably not. Or it's only partially correct.
Now we understand that in the next few weeks, those of you who want to be the child of the universe, the systems have already started to take shape and will be ready in the next 3-4 weeks. Hopefully. If we don't go to another level of the knowledge, which at the moment man cannot understand. So, in the coming weeks, as many of you in the past came and you went to the ocean, you saw the grandmother, you went to the house, or whatever you did, now you will travel the span of the universe. The universal travelers. The first 2 will go to the moon. The next 2 will go somewhere else. And then we start building what we call one planet, one nation, one race, that we can send people, we can accept people, we can bring people from one point to another. The biggest problem for mankind to be able to do the full transmutation was that the soul of the man does not work with the magnetic gravitational field of the earth. It interacts with the fields of the cosmos, fields of the universe. And we could not take man in what we call a transmutation from one place to another in the full dimension of the soul, that conversion to physicality, if we could not have access to direct resources of the cosmic rays. Go back to the teachings of few months, few years, and I repeated it very softly. You pinpointed, you know where they are in the teaching. I always said, our body not only absorbs the fields, 80% of the energy of itself, we eat 20% of it, the other 80% comes, part of it is cosmic rays, part of it is the energy from the cosmos. Now you understand, now you see how they get connected. Now you can find references to the teaching of the past. That to be able to take man even from one position on this planet to another, we need to be able to give the fields of the universe availability to it, because the field of the earth themselves cannot support such a transmutation. The body of the man takes that 28% energy from the matter states, from the condition of this planet. The other 80% that the man never understood how his brain absorbs so much energy comes from the cosmos, comes from the environment of the cosmos, comes from the environment of this planetary system and the cosmos. And we could not make you a full transmutation and a full conversion if we could not deliver the cosmic rays. And now this technology is in the hand of the man, where we do not work with the matter state anymore. You see pictures from NASA with beautiful gases exploding in different colors. Now, through what we showed you as a production of the gases and production of the gases, conversion to gases, was parallel to what is now today, where we do not rely on the fields, matter state. We rely on the fields of the universe.
So it does sound like he was using cosmic rays in the energy enhancement or the standing hybrid generator. That's what it sounds like. He said we couldn't get man to transmute without these full transmutation, even though others have achieved it on this planet, not many, a few. But without those cosmic rays, the transmutation will not be a full transmutation. Again, without Mr. Keshe, we'd be going a millennium or more, thousands of years before we can discover this. Even the team is not fully understanding it until they do. He said, if we move to the next step, it'll just appear as magic. Back to the chat for a moment. Gail would like to understand more about negative oxygen, or is this similar to negative ions? In the air enhancement unit that we've seen played in the ads between the workshop and the question and answer period, we have seen that air enhancement system, and it's described as providing negative oxygen. I'm not clear on that. I thought perhaps it was ozone. Randy said not the same. Oxygen balance is an expression that is used to indicate the degree to which an explosive can be oxidized. If an explosive molecule contains just enough oxygen to fully oxidize the other atoms in the explosive. For example, fully oxidized carbon forms carbon dioxide, hydrogen forms water, and sulfur forms sulfur dioxide. Again, thank you for your sharing your understanding, Randy. Anyone else on this negative oxygen, which we heard the butterflies produce, and we also know the air enhancement system also produces?
It's all about balance. just think of what happens in the summertime. You can keep your window all open and the air is fresh and you're breathing fresh air and everything is moving. At wintertime comes, you shut the windows, you get all stopped up because there's no fresh air. I think there's no movement of the plasma energy as well, because we're not taking the air, we're just recycling the same air in our room all the time.
Okay.
That's why anytime, I have always found that anytime you can open the window and get some fresh air in it, it just makes for a better sleep.
Okay. Again, I am not fully understanding negative oxygen. I thought it perhaps was ozone, but ozone is O3. And I'm not sure if that's negative oxygen or what they're referring to here, but it does have an enhancing ability. All the systems are soul elevating systems, even though they may also do something else, as I understand it. But this is the latest development, are these cosmic rays, and this is what's needed to do the full transmutation. So they're being generated, I believe, by a system that they've developed. And that's what he said, that the gas unit was in a way a prelude to this. So I think they were using the cosmic rays perhaps in the gas system. I could be way off, but to get this full transmutation of energies into gases, perhaps. Anyone else want to comment on that?
Hello, Mark.
Yes. Alex?
In the relationship between, and I'm thinking out loud, okay? In a relationship between oxygen and hydrogen, the hydrogen is negative, the oxygen is positive. And what that means is that the hydrogen is magnetic and the oxygen is gravitational. So if it becomes a negative oxygen, then that becomes magnetical and must have a different characteristic. The first question is, how is that possible? So when we look at the plasma energy and exchange of the energy, it's a two-way street. So when we make a reference of a negative or a positive direction, that's the net charge. It's not the charge, it's the net charge. That means it's the difference in the balance in the maggrav positioning. So, the positive oxygen, of course, is gravitational. And so the negative oxygen would be magnetical. But the thing about it is that if it's magnetical, then it would cause a kind of deterioration, wouldn't it? Because it would be the opposite of the gravitational effect, which is the increase of the mass. The benefits of this are quite outstanding, because the exchange of oxygen and its interaction with all the other elements on this planet is what makes it possible. So when we look in the air, we look at the interaction with nitrogen. We look in the water, it's the interaction with hydrogen, and when we look in the crust of the earth, it's the interaction with the silicon, and it's always O2. So the balance point, if it's only O2, and as you alluded to, ozone, which is O3, so now you have an extra oxygen, and that retains in its position until it finds another pair. So oxygen is always in a pair, like you see in the connection with carbon, the CO2. So the additive aspect of it is contributing to the missing energy, and it has to go somewhere. And so it would seek another position in plasmatic matter state, and that position would be us.
Yes, don't you find it interesting in these workshops, Alex, how Mr. Keshe is able to stay a step or two ahead of us?
one step or two.
or maybe 1,000 or 2,000 steps ahead of us. But he said this system will bring you knowledge. So you'll have a bigger understanding than what we have now, going through this with these cosmic fields. He said it'll bring you the knowledge so sweet.
Well, this is the big problem, of course, is the hurdles that we have to overcome with respect to the limitation of man's knowledge. And we have been, that limitation has been reinforced over a period of time because our viewpoint has been from feedback position. It hasn't been looking from a feeding position. And once you get into the cosmic rays, you find that it is a feeding position. And so clearly we've run into a problem with the earth and its deficiencies, because as we know, the earth is quite dense, but the cosmic rays pass right through it. So therefore it can't capture these cosmic rays, and if it can't capture them, it can't give them. And these cosmic rays are of a flavor of the PM takes to traverse the universe. And so what we have on Earth here is we do have a biodiversity and a variety when we look at all the inhabitants on this planet, the uniqueness of it. But there has been something that was missing. And so what we've been able to do, according to this, is that we've been able to recreate this. And the key point is that this is done with man-made effort. And the only way that man can make this effort successfully is to understand the peaceful and benevolent nature of the universal existence, because that's what causes it to go. You cannot have this resistance that we have on this planet right now and expect full power. And so that's one of the contributions to the deficiencies that we have right now. So by being able to liberate this, and so when we say the liberation comes from the elimination of the positive gravitational energy, it then not only releases the negative magnetical energy, but also amplifies it. And this is contributing to the advanced knowledge, which personally is still beyond me, and hopefully with the new teachings, we'll all get a better insight, and hopefully someone will step forward who has even more insight than I do, and contribute that way. So I know a lot of people are catching up real fast, so I expect a lot of people to pass me.
Well, thank you for sharing your understanding. I'm not sure I understand it that well at all. There's one more question I'd like to hear Mr. Keshe answer again, and that was from Steph about this pole shift. And we see this in the news. Is the earth going to spin out of control? Are the waves going to, all gather and flood the land or parts of the land, and this thing happens? But let's hear Steph ask the question, and then we'll go to our next part about the Dome of Peace.
I was in the German channel, and so it was double. Okay, I want to ask, what happens when the pole shift? I have heard this will be in the next maybe 6 months. It's really early. And has it something to do with us, with the transformation, or the our flights, or yeah? I want to
primarily nothing should happen.
Sorry again, please.
I said primarily nothing should happen. It's just a shift. Everything shifts from what do you call it, North Pole to South Pole, as I call it.
Okay.
It's a saturation. Nothing should happen.
Okay.
I explained this to a child. What happened? Doesn't make any difference if you're standing up or I hold your legs upside down. You're still there. You still live.
Okay.
It's just a field, and everything will switch with it. Then it settles in the same position.
And
if such a thing happens and we see it, will be registered in the geological layers as the previous times has done. We'll see it.
And it has nothing to do with the 3 day of darkness.
I don't think so.
Okay. And
If he has, what do you call it? The sun changes polarity so often we don't see it, and everything else.
Okay. One small question, please. The plasmatic mirrors, is there, you told it's very good for the transformation, the mobile transformation. I have heard you told it. And is there special training I can do with it?
No, you can use it when we go on the people. We chose the mobile.
Okay.
It is the best thing for it to do because we can do it. Now that we have gone into the cosmology or what called cosmic rays, a lot of new technologies will come up. You will understand a lot of things. A lot of new understandings in coming weeks and months will come out of the Keshe Foundation. Because up to now, we didn't have access to create cosmic rays. Now we can, cosmic fields. Then it brings new dimensions into that in a lot of works.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So this access to creating cosmic rays, which I know very little to nothing about, but he said it's going to bring us a lot of understanding, new understandings coming out of the foundation with these cosmic rays. Anyone want to add anything? I know it's a mystery in a way. We know about cosmic rays. We've heard of them before. There's many different types. But I think the ones the foundation will be creating are not going to be harmful, but they will be energetic. Of course, I don't know for sure. I've never created them, or maybe I have and was unaware of them. But, and again, this idea of the pole shift and everything sloshing around, and he said, no, it's normally it's just a smooth, even the sun's magnetic fields change and we don't have that perception whatsoever. So there's not a lot to worry about, even though they always want to put something in front of us that, we have to plan for the shift of the cosmetic or the gravitational magnetical fields of the planet. Not that there's much we can do about it, but be worried about it. So we want to get away from that understanding. These things are used to. Go ahead, Gail.
Sorry, I put a question. Can you hear me?
Yes. Magnetically rays are radiating out of the South Pole. Well, we always understood, and some of them do go back into the South Pole or come out of the South Pole as well, just the way the ones, and that's a simple understanding. I think they all come out of the North and some of them go back in, some of them go in at the equator. So there's all these interactions going on, out and in and out. Anyone want to comment on that? But new understandings coming. We will all have a new understanding, and the full transmutation, he said, will become passengers of the universe with these cosmic rays, or understanding them, and that may take a while. I know the Magrevs took a number of years, and we still haven't gotten there yet. Hopefully with this gift, we will understand it and be able to apply it and not wait another decade for that to happen. But again, this is all sort of new to ourselves, but he did say, go back and refer to the earlier teachings. I think someone mentioned workshop 317, but I'm not sure. So again, it's just knowledge after knowledge after knowledge, thousands of steps in this ladder to really fully understand the level. And as he said in one of the questions, we understand more than you do. We see things at different positions, or we see the soul and the physicality, where most of us just look at the physicality but are not able to sense the soul or the energies of the soul. But we're learning slowly, but we're learning. So I think it's great that the units are going to start to come in, perhaps January, February, December, different things. Any of these released on the market should create some great interest in what's going on here, because it's things that people on this planet have not seen before, or the way of doing it. So we're very thankful to the Keshe Foundation, the knowledge of Mr. Keshe, and what's being delivered here, and that we're all part of helping the delivery process in a way, in a small way. Let's go to the Dome of Peace if we can, which is what we need to achieve to get to the next step. Again, I'm wondering, has the American government signed the World Peace Treaty? And has the American government issued the foundation certain agreements that they would not weaponize the technology? I know at one time he wanted, Mr. Keshe wanted agreements from the Senate as well as the President of the United States, and those things may have already occurred. Many times they have secret committees, secret hearings that are not public, and that's where probably a lot of these things are discussed. In coordination, I'm sure, with NASA and their wishes about wanting to understand this technology. But anyway, we're creating the Dome of Peace. Today is Sunday. Hopefully, many of you have had a chance to release GAN's waters. And as we know, they know where to go and what to do and to bring balanced, conditioned.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
And as Mr. Keshe said, this is something for our physicality to do on Sundays. And of course, it's not limited to Sunday. You can do it any day of the week you'd like, to release the GAN's waters and to bring balance. They can be put in the rivers, the fountains, sprayed on the ground, and they connect the wellness centers together. Now, maybe you're going to become, as a satellite, a wellness center. I don't know, but it has some purpose in linking wellness centers together. He specifically said that in the past, that this is one of the reasons we're spraying the GANs, and of course to create the Dome of Peace. So this is an integral part, again, of the process that we're helping the planet go through in the elevation of its soul. If we go to the next step, this is more for the soul level, where we use our energies. Of course, we know we're magravs, we're reactors, we have abilities. We even heard it in the flight system, where the soul of physicality and the soul of the man wanted to get into a seat and actually nudged the person in that seat, trying to find its position. So we know that these energies work right across the planet. So when you're reaching out or to touch someone, they may feel it or they may not feel it, but those fields are interacting where you're sending them.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls in here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the guns, waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MD Keshe. Thank you. If you
And as we know, there's a time, 9 p.m. CET, where the Universal Council and other knowledge seekers just gather independently, but collectively, to elevate the souls of the world leaders, the IAEA, the negotiators in Vienna, and so on. And this is how we're creating this Dome of Peace. So let us take 5 minutes. All of us should be getting more comfortable with this process. Again, we're all so physical that it's hard for us to imagine that using the energies in the fields of our souls that we can actually affect something. But as we've been told, we're observing the behavior of at least 4 of the world leaders, King Charles, President Putin, Prime Minister, I think, Maloney, and of course, Pope Francis. And we're actually making a change, and this is how it's done, and this is the way the Universal Council is working as well. And once we understand this, we'll be much more effective in creating the solutions that we want in the matter state, just through the energies of our souls. So let's all collectively, as we're gathered here in a peaceful condition, take 5 minutes and elevate the souls. Thank you all for participating in this greatest movement of the soul of the man. And as more and more of us collectively join together, the changes will become more profound, I believe. And we will start to see these change of position of the world leaders, and that's the way it's going to be delivered, as I understand it. So thank you all. And as I said, the Brazilian team on Wednesday has a soul elevation at 6 p.m. CET time, so feel free to join them. And also at the 9 p.m. I thought maybe we'd go every hour, but again, we can take it upon ourselves to do it and remind our souls to do it all the time. So thank you so much for participating in this. And no one failed the test. That's the beauty of this part of the understanding, that we all have certain fields that are adding to what's needed to bring the change. And it's so easy to work this way. I think we'll start to see, as collectively we join together more and more, the changes become quicker and quicker, hopefully. So thank you all. Now, Alex should be coming in shortly. Is there anything anyone would like to show? I know I've been playing with the toroidal coils a little bit, and I'd like to show a couple things there. But before we do that, or maybe we'll just go to, this is the workshop. And this is from the reactor group of last Wednesday. And I thought it was very nice, where Gianni had gone to a university and had brought this understanding to a university and had a seed fair. I think we'll hear John translate for us. It's probably about 5 or 6, 8 minutes perhaps, but just to show you about spreading the technology in a way. And it was very touching to see the people take these plasmatic seeds. I think he had tomato seeds and other types of seeds, as well as giving away GANs and probably some soap and everything. But let's just hear what he shared in public. It's inspiring, I think, for all of us.
Por lo menos 12 horas.
This is a bit different to the other bread I've shown you. We have to leave this to about 12 hours for it to
Aquí fue la mitad del proceso y tuve que ir en la granja, así que solo hay mitad de.
This is about half the way through the process because I had to leave, but that's what.
Por eso lo vamos a hacer otra vez entero.
Next time I'll show you the whole process.
Porque cuando he llegado ha pasado eso.
When I've arrived, this has happened.
Y pues pudo sentir el aroma a 1 kilómetro de distancia.
You can smell this bread a kilometer away.
Es el pan que se hacía antes, lo hacían los abuelos.
This is the bread, how the bread was produced by our grandparents.
Y claro, está cubierta con una tela que está hecho con hemp.
And it's also covered with a cloth made out of hemp.
Tenemos camisas que están hechas con la misma tela.
We also have some shirts made out of hemp cloth.
Aquí hemos preparado una cena con todo plasmático, el queso, la mantequilla y todo que estaba en la mesa está preparado con plasma.
Here we're preparing a dinner and it's all prepared with plasma food. All the different foods are prepared with plasma.
Y ahora me he conectado con la emoción cuando se cortó el pan.
And now I'm
Ay,
very emotion when they're cutting the bread.
Así que quien quiere puede tomarla.
No entendí lo que quisiste decir.
Quien quiere puede
Ah.
conectarse también con esa emoción para sentirla.
Whoever can connect with this emotion also about by observing the bread and the different cheeses and what have you. Nos vas a despertar el hambre.
Pues no, John, porque sabes que puedes tomarlo por los campos, así que está bien.
You'll be able to consume these things with the fields. So go ahead.
Ok, y ahora nos vamos a la última parte de la que vamos a compartir hoy.
Now we'll go to the last part of what we're presenting today.
So that was a bread made without baking. That was very nice.
Sí.
Looks beautiful.
Un momento.
Now this
Just
is
a
the
moment.
university. And we'll see the seed fair that he said, I think this is his 4th, 5th, 6th time making this present yearly, I believe they do it.
Ok, ahora otras aplicaciones que hemos hecho aquí
Okay.
es con un árbol, un limón, limonero.
This is other processes we've been doing with the plasma water. This is a lemon tree.
Las flores son muy hermosas.
The flowers are beautiful.
A ver. Bueno, al revés. Disculpe. Ups. Sí, aquí es. Ese limonero estaba muy triste y la mayoría decían que ella se va.
This lemon tree was just about leaving us and revived.
Pero hemos rociado con plasma, CO2-ZNO.
We have sprayed all the environment around the stem with CO2 and zinc plasma.
Y Laurencio con Mijaela han hecho estos anillos que ha puesto uno ahí y uno en otro sitio.
Lawrence and Michaela have done these rings to put on the tree.
Pero tenía también otros problemas con unos bichos que estaban pegados en las hojas.
And they also had some bugs on the leaves.
Cuando hemos llegado y hemos visto eso, hemos hecho otra plasma, otra combinación.
We have prepared another plasma combination for the bugs.
CO2, ZNO y óxido de cobre.
We've added copper
Yes.
GANs to the mixture.
Y hemos rociado las hojas.
And we have sprayed the leaves.
Y en 24 horas ya se han ido.
In 24 hours, the bugs went elsewhere.
Y el limonero ha empezado a florecer.
And in 24 hours, they've produced beautiful flowers.
Y es la primera vez en 4 años.
And it's the first time in 4 years.
Y aquí hay 2 flores maravillosas y lo agradezco a los dos.
Here you can see 2 beautiful flowers. And a third one on the background.
Es Jetta que ya sabéis siempre está en el background.
And as you know, Jetta is always in the background.
Y lo último es el regalo del sábado.
This is the university.
And the last section is the present we have had last Saturday.
Donde en la Universidad de Medicina Veterinaria de un centro de Iași, de Rumanía, un centro universitario muy grande.
Where in this university center in Romania,
para regalar semillas de plantas, semillas del alma, y también semillas de plasma.
Here we have given away many soul seeds and plasma seeds to all the people.
Aquí es el equipo que hemos participado en ese regalo.
These are all people we have shared all our seeds with.
Y algunos de los que han recibido el regalo.
And algunos, no le diste a todos.
No, no, en la foto están algunos de ellos que han recibido el regalo.
Ahora pesco, sí, sí. Here in the picture, we can see some of the people we have given seeds to. There are more people there.
Porque nadie se ha ido de ese encuentro sin un regalo.
Nobody has left this meeting without a present, with no seeds in the pocket.
Así se apareció la idea de hacer un grupo para compartir semillas del plasma.
This is a way we thought out to share the seeds with all the people there.
Y aquí el regalo que recibimos fue, la puerta fue abierta por esa niña y son su abuela.
The door of this university was opened towards us by this young girl and her grandmother.
Fue atraída por los ganses, por los campos.
They were attracted by the fields of ganses.
Y cuando se acercó y empezó a preguntar, se paró todo.
When they got near us and started asking different questions, everything stopped.
Y la mayoría se acercaron a escuchar el conocimiento del plasma.
And the majority of the people just got near towards us and started listening to what the explanation we were giving them.
Jetta tiene aquí los anillos con plasma, aquí, las manos.
Jetta has the different rings on her head, her breast, and her arms.
Lo que le ha encantado también a las niñas es modo nuestro de regalar.
The girls started singing and thanking us for the way we were giving away all these presents.
Nosotros tenemos bolsas donde están todas las semillas.
Here you can appreciate some of the sacks where we have different seeds.
Los que quieren me preguntan si tenemos.
Whatever anybody wants, they just ask for it.
Y le indicamos dónde está y también dónde está la cucharita.
We just show them where it is and we hand them a spoon to collect them.
Y cada uno he visto que siempre toma solo lo que necesitan.
And I could see that they only take what they need.
Porque saben que también van a necesitar otros.
because they also know that other people would need some of these seeds.
Cuando empezó a hacer las fotos y los vídeos, tuve una emoción tan fuerte que empezó a llorar.
When I started producing these videos, I was so emotional that I started crying.
He visto también a otros haciendo lo mismo.
And I also saw several persons crying also.
Porque por unas 4 horas y medios aquí se ha hecho un equilibrio, una armonía.
For about 4.5 hours, we had such a strong field in equilibrium that everybody was very emotional.
Nadie tenía pretensiones de nadie.
Nobody wanted in excess. They all had they were all in a equilibrium state.
Nosotros con mucha alegría para poder regalar.
We were very happy to be able to give all these presents out to people.
Y es que los que recibían, lo recibían con la misma intensidad.
Whoever received these presents received these with the same intensity.
Y he visto que regalando todos a todos ya la paz está hecha.
And I've appreciated that whenever you give everything with peace, peace is already in existence.
Es maravilloso.
It's marvelous.
Con Jetta nosotros nos hemos quedado 1 hora y media para hablar y regalar el plasma.
Together with Jetta, we were here for another 1.5 hours explaining to the different people all the different processes.
Y aquí se radica la madre de ese grupo, Semillas del Alma.
And this is a lady we offered all this seeds of the soul seeds.
Y estamos en el 7º año de cuando regalamos también en ese grupo semillas.
And this is the 7th year we have given the people the seeds. Pero hace 4 años que están con el plasma, ¿no es cierto?
De 4 años estamos regalando semillas del plasma.
Uh-huh. And for the last 4 years, we have been giving away the plasma seeds from the soul.
Y así he visto que si el regalo tiene continuidad, la abundancia se manifiesta.
And I have appreciated that if you give away with abundance, the abundance continues, is continuous and in the future. Into the future.
La mayoría, como podéis ver, tiene las semillas puestas ya.
As you can see, all the different seeds are there on the table.
Nosotros estamos aquí para servir, no para ser servidos.
Here we are here to serve and not to be served.
Y sabemos que en el modo original de permitir que ellos se sirven,
And if here you can perceive the way people can serve themselves.
y así toman la conciencia que tiene que tomar solo lo que necesita y dejar para otros también.
And here they can perceive that they only take whatever they need.
Y eso le encanta a todos.
And this is everybody's enchanted with all this.
Y hemos visto que de ese modo siempre los que han tomado las semillas le han utilizado.
And we have seen that whoever takes the seeds, they've used them.
Porque lo han hecho con la atención, intención, emoción.
Because they've done this with their emotions and intentions. Qué pepino grande, ¿eh?
Sí.
What a big, well, pepino, I forget the name in English.
Los ganses que hemos regalado son los paquetes de 4.
Here you could appreciate the 4 different cancers we have given away.
Siempre regalamos los 4 porque con eso podemos preparar cualquier cosa que necesitamos.
We always give these 4 away because that's about whatever you can produce with these basic ganses.
Pero regalamos solo una vez a un alma, a una persona, junto con el conocimiento de hacerlo por sí mismo.
We give this to each person once and together with the knowledge to produce them.
Aquí estamos juntos, no importa los colores, las religiones, nada de nada en el encuentro de semillas.
And here you can appreciate that we don't, we share this with different colors, religions, knowledge, and thoughts. There's no discrimination.
Los que regalan y los que reciben se olvidan de las religiones, de diferencias y se van solo con la emoción de qué significa regalar.
And whoever gives away and shares, they forget about all the different discriminations.
Así hemos visto la paz.
This is the way we appreciate peace.
Y como hemos empezado con la primera imagen con el plasma, vamos a terminar con las baterías plasmáticas, que también lo hacemos con los niños.
And here we'll finish with the plasmatic batteries we produce for the kids.
Y gracias al señor Keshe, gracias Rick, gracias Mark, gracias a todos los buscadores y todos los que comparten.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, and thank whoever is here present listening to this.
Y vamos a continuar compartir. Thank you.
And we'll continue sharing with all of you. Thank you.
So what a beautiful demonstration of sharing the plasma technology. Collecting the seeds, and that's what I was wondering about when he showed us about making tomato soup, and they set the seeds aside out of each tomato. And he said they dried them and then give them away on their travels. So I thought that was rather touching at the time. I thought they just maybe put them in one package, but you could see this was quite a large, almost like a mini exhibition center in Linz. But thank you, Gianni, for sharing in the reactor group, and that we could also share here from your work. So very touching, very emotional, and especially when he said the people took only what they needed. So this is the sort of thing we're going to start seeing in all the different areas coming in the near future, where we're all sharing. And there isn't this need to, you have to pay for everything because I had to pay for it, and so on and so forth. Thank you again, Gianni. Anyone want to make any comments? Okay, and of course you can join the Spanish workshop and see more. He's usually there, but he's always in the reactor group, it seems, in the last few months. He's been sharing more and more of his understanding, and we thank everyone who shares their understanding. Well, at this point, usually we ask if anyone's here for the first time. Would you tell us where you're from, your name, perhaps? If not, it looks like everyone, I think, has been here before. Okay. Well, I think it's time to move on to Alex's presentation. Thank you again. I can just show a couple things. This was, no, not that one. That was another one. Let's see if we can find this one that I wanted to share. Okay. This was my Cup of Life 1 back from 2020. Well, what was left of it, I think I put 4 or 5 cups, and that's what Mr. Keshe had directed us to do, was to mix the cups together of Cup of Life 1, and this is what I've been holding it in, and I've been spraying with it, but haven't used it a lot. Let's say I've taken baths with it maybe in the 2020 year or 2021 and so on and so forth. But this is my Cup of Life 1, as I said, what's left to it on the shelf, but we're still using it. Let's see, I have a couple other little pictures. This is some CH3 I made a few months ago, back in March, actually. This is just a light reflection here from the ceiling, but you can see all the amino acids, and I did harvest some and set it aside, but this was just made from a plate, not the toroidal coils. And if we look at it from the side view, and again, this is about a maybe 1 foot by 8 inches, something like that. The plates took almost the whole box, just a nano-coated copper and a piece of iron that was galvanized with zinc. And this is what it produced after a few weeks. So I have a beautiful CH3. Even though I had some, I decided I would make some more with the beautiful amino acids on top. And now I've started experimenting with these toroidal coils where you can see them here. And again, I'm just testing. This is our copper and this is our zinc. And this was 5 days of production. And we got about 1, and there's still more in this jar. So if it fills up to about here. But you can see that this process is making much more GANs. And if you're going to do any testing or putting it into wells or other things, you're going to need a substantial amount. So again, these coils can be made for your CH3, your CO2, your zinc, and whatever else you'd like to make, even titanium, as I understand it, but you'd need some titanium wire to do it. Fairly simple to make. And again, Gianni had indicated with 1 set of coils, he got 150 or 100 liters of GANs out of it. In this particular setup, all I did was when it stopped producing, I take this coil out, soak it in some white vinegar for 15 or 20 minutes. I heat it up pretty hot and then quench any debris off it in the plasma water, which you end up, that's what's in this cup. There's a little bit of fragments on the bottom. And then fire coat the coil, put it back into work, and within 2 or 3 hours, it produces this much. So I would say this is a total of about 15 hours worth of production, even though, as I said, we nano-coated the coil about 5 different times once it stopped. But an amazing amount of GANs, and I believe, well, according to Gianni, it makes more in a shorter time, and it's a stronger GANs. But of course, he said also when he received GANs from the Keshe Foundation, it was much, much stronger than any GANs he had ever handled. He could really feel the fields. But I'm just playing with these coils, but you can see the amount of production. I'm quite pleased with what's happening with these coils. And they're pretty simple to make. So if you're looking to make more GANs, and I thought Mr. Keshe had said, well, this is the last picture I didn't show. This is actually the CH3 in the container from the top view. And you can't see the amino acids because of the light reflection. But this is from the side. So there's a good amount of CH3 in there, and we're going to collect it and put it into another container and to be used for different tests and experiments that we're going to be running. And there's the beautiful amino acids. And again, this was made in a, I can't remember exactly, but either 2% or 4% salt solution. Not strong at all as far as salt goes. So I just thought I would show that. Alex, are you ready to come in? I know you wanted an hour, but we've given you 2+. And I could play the disclaimer for you if you'd like.
Yes,
we're
please.
looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, let's just bring this back. We'll lower the volume a bit. We'll play our disclaimer.
And education material contained herein is meant. Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And now let's all welcome Alex from Canada with a big round of applause from our souls. And what have you prepared for us today? Is it something we can eat or absorb? What do you have for us today, Alex? Thank you for joining us so much.
And thank you very much, Mark. I want to welcome all the people here at North American Teaching. And obviously, a quick look at the panel, and you see that we're represented on almost every continent. And this is what makes this meeting so powerful. So what we are trying to do is to bring forward the teachings of Marion Keshe in these public teachings. And we'll talk about some cookies today, but I don't think you can eat them.
Well, can you pass the cosmic rays over?
You better fasten your seatbelt. We're going to have a really good ride. Just confirm to me audio and video is good, please.
Yep, we see your screen and your voice is perfectly clear. Thank you, Alex.
This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We are in the intermediate level of the Earth Space classes, and today's discussion is going to be on volcanoes. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is October the 30th, 2022, and this is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So welcome Welcome everyone, and as we went through the basic series, we're now going through the intermediate series, and they all pertain to the teaching, understanding, knowing, insight, and this is a continuation of the basic outer space series. And the thing is that we are having to, in order to understand in order to understand our space explorations, we have to understand our inner space and the space, of course, where we are, which is our Earth space. And so we delved a little bit deeper last week, and we went into the megasphere, and we found the soul of the Earth. So we have the soul of the Earth, and we have the soul of the Earth body, which only stands to reason, because we have a soul and the soul of the body. So by extension, that would be the conclusion. And so now we're looking at volcanoes in a whole different light. And the thing is that how does that relate to our search for outer space? Because you see, the thing is, we all want our piece of pie in that sky, and here we are stuck on Earth, and we have these volcanoes all over the place. But there is a relationship, and this is what I want to point out. So we're looking at book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters, is the bringing of these plasma fields together and creating a source. And then, of course, if the source is directing energy, then what is the origin of that source? And so we're looking at book number 3, The Origin of the Universe, and we find that our soul is very much part of the origin of the universe because it's intimately tied into the creation. So between our soul and the source, there has to be some kind of link, and this was book number 2, The Structure of the Light. And then when we look at the magnitude of the universe and we see our little tiny red dot in the bottom right-hand corner, that's our little tiny perfect world. And that is the pie that we're fighting for. And we only get a piece of that pie, not the whole pie. And so we see, really, you could say, the insignificance of life. But the thing is that it's not what we see, it's what we don't see, the phantom pie that we're all going for. And so when we talk about what a phantom is, it's something that's apparent to the senses, but has no substantial existence. Well, how is that possible? So the thing is that we do have satellites, and they fly around our Earth space. How do they do that? And then these satellites can become spaceships, and they go from one Earth space to another space, say a Mars space. And every night we are dream satellites, and we go wherever we want to go, and that's our individual trip. And then we find that there are other entities, and they have their own reality. But that reality is in a different dimension because we can't see that dimension. And so question, well, which dimension is the reality dimension? So we find that the reality dimension is that in outer space is not a place, but it's a method of energy transfer. And we know that energy is in motion. So to go from dimension to dimension, you have to go through this reality dimension of outer space to get there. So the method is the outer space, and the destination, well, that's your reality dimension. And we get to choose. So we have now chosen our little sentimental pie in the sky. And the way we choose is by understanding who our neighbors are, right? So we're not Venus and we're not Mars. So by default, when we are Earth, well, we could have by default been Jupiter, but we're not Jupiter either. So we create these boundaries to define who we are and who we are not. But we've taken this to an extreme because as travelers of the universe, we can go wherever we want to go. And did we know that we can do that? And did we know that we wanted to come here? And do we recognize that? And then when we come here, we find that regardless of whatever the season is, because we find that the Earth's position is changing, so it's not so handy that we're right next to Venus and so handy that we're right next to Mars so that we can get a relationship. But these planets revolve around the sun and the Earth revolves around the sun. And this is what causes the seasonal changes. And we see that in our weather patterns. And we're going to talk more about that. But regardless of whichever season it is, it doesn't affect our target shooting because we all got here. We don't know how we got here, but we got here. And so here is a beautiful place to be. I say it's heaven on earth. And so we don't have to look for it because we're here. But what we have to do is figure out why we're here. And the thing about it is that we have to clarify for poor Christopher Columbus and write him a memo. Dear Christopher, sorry to say, but the Earth was here before you arrived. So when we talk about discoveries, what we have to discover is our relationship with respect to the Earth space. And so when we're discussing things, we have to be specific and say, well, let's discuss man space. And so we find that plasmatically we have two souls. And we have a dichotomy with the GANs and the nanostate, which affects our emotion. And so there's a conversion between the plasma state and the physical state. And then the physical state, which is our physical body, and of course our environment. And so our environment, sentimentally, is Earth. And how handy is that? So we really have to define a couple of things. And when people give us only 35 seconds to do that, beg for an extra 10 seconds and explain to them that the plasma is a kind of energy state. And there are different kinds of energy states. And so our point of view is what affects our understanding. So the first thing we have to understand is our Earth space. And it is then from there that we can find our inner space. So when we understand these two reference points, that would be the key to the gateway to outer space. And this is vitally important because it affects your life. And if your life is not important, well, I guess then nothing's important, is it? Would that be safe to say? So we have to figure out how the plasma operates. And so there are just a few basic rules. And we repeat them because our understanding is changing all the time. And so the meaning of the words also changes. And when I say change, I mean they become more meaningful. And so we find if it's more meaningful, just like the energy states, they increase or decrease. And what's fascinating is this is done by an order of magnitude. So 2 times 10 is not 20, it's 100. And the higher energy states feed the lower energy states. So we have to identify which is the higher energy state. But from a higher energy state, we can further manifest into what we call a natural creation. So it actually creates a higher energy state. But we can actually manifest into physicality. And this, unfortunately, we call natural decay. It's another energy state, but it's too is part of creation. But there is a third state. It's foreign to us at this point in time, and we're just being introduced to it. But we're introduced every day to the sun, and the sun is in a catalytic state, which means it's non-consuming. And so what is it doing? Well, it's transferring energy. And since the sun is at a higher plasma state, the way it transfers energy is higher by many orders of magnitude. So now we get a perspective on how this energy is exchanged. But there are rules, because the plasma can absorb fields, but it can choose which fields to absorb. And so it has to create a barrier of fields. So to understand this absorption and this barrier, it's beyond science as we define science, but it's also bound to the ethos of the universe. So we have to take that into account as well. So that goes beyond the rules of science. And so what we're talking about is a relationship, which we call a magnetic and a gravitational balance. And that is what we call a maggrav. And this is a reflection of the scientific responsibility of the awake state and the spiritual responsibility of the dream state. And so we find that the plasma science adds to this knowledge. The question, of course, is what is the rate of change and how can we change that? So we try and change our field relationships often in an adversarial basis. But if you look at the universe, it works in a coexistence. And this coexistence happens to include our Earth space. And within the Earth space, there is an inner space. But isn't it interesting that an Earth space has an inner space, and of course our man space has an inner space? So there is something to meet on a common platform. And the Keshe Foundation, of course, is the place where science meets the soul of man for peace, because that's the ultimate field relationship. And so when we came to Earth and we targeted Earth, we have many, many energy levels that we could transition through. And so if we say categorically that the magnetosphere is the outer part of the Earth space, in a way that's not true, because we find that the moon is traveling around the Earth, and so it is attached to the Earth space. So quite literally, the effect of the Earth space does go to the moon side, and the moon side does not have an atmosphere as it is between the magnetosphere and the Earth's crust. We have an atmosphere there. And within that atmosphere and the crust is our biosphere range. And we know that this is all our living range, because most of us either travel on the surface or we travel in the air, and some of us travel underground. And then, but when we say underground, we say above the magmosphere, because the magmosphere is more related to the Earth brain than it is to the Earth space. And so the magmosphere, it becomes this unknown area. But all of these are part of the Earth space, and they are all different ranges. In other words, they have different energy fields. And we are capable of transitioning these energy fields on Earth. If we are capable of doing that on Earth, then most certainly we would be capable of doing that between planets. And why stop there? We can go beyond that as well. So in other words, to go beyond the solar system. So this is all based on density, as we see. And when we say it's based on density, it's based on the gravitational effect. So the gravitational effect is drawing the energy in, and the magnetical effect, of course, is allowing the energy to go out. And so when we look at the energy transfer, we find that the magnetical energy is the residue beyond the maggrav state. The maggrav state being the balance between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. So if we say it's magnetical, then it's beyond the maggrav state magnetically. And if we say gravitational, it's beyond the maggrav state gravitationally. So we need to understand that, because when we look at the fundamental principle of the twinity, here we have a dynamic action between the electron and the proton. So we can see that the proton is a much larger plasma field than the electron. So by default, the electron becomes negative and the proton becomes positive. But these two work together and we call them the atom. What is startling is that the proton is 1,849 times larger than the electron. And so there's some kind of bond between these two that compensates for this mass differential. And science has been having a lot of difficulty explaining these things, but in the Keshe Foundation, we see that this is all part of the core component dimension. And when we look at the core component dimension, so we say, well, the atom is gravitational, because what we're looking at from the atom is the electron-proton combination. Well, guess what? The ray is also a electron-proton combination, except that it's magnetical. Well, how can it be magnetical, or how can it be gravitational? And so this depends on the relationship. And so if we could understand this relationship better, then we could understand motion and transmutation. And isn't that what we're discussing now? Because we're in the intermediate stage now, moving to advance our knowledge. And so when we're looking at the nuclear decay of the neutron, so we see a station, we call this the initial fundamental plasma of the neutron. And from there, there's a decay process, which means it goes to a lower level. And in that lower level, we see the clear differentiation between the electron and the proton, but the combination of the atom remains. But there is a difference, and that difference is the release of the PM ticks. And we know that the PM ticks are the ray. So we're looking at the electron-proton combination, which we call the atom being the gravitational field, and the PM ticks being the combination of the matter, dark matter, and antimatter being the magnetical field. And so when you have a magnetical field, you have to have a gravitational field. But what we have to understand is that this is a two-way street. So when we're looking at these reference points, what we're looking is at the net, not the gross, the net energy transfer. And the net energy transfer, and we all know that the emission is out on the North Pole. And so when we say the North Pole, we can say that this is the release of PM ticks between two plasma fields. But if you're referencing one plasma field, then you can have a ray emission out of the y-axis. If it's coming out of the y-axis, the North Pole, and then the rays are absorbed through the South Pole. But that is just the net. And in order to have the net, we have to remember that there is a gross energy carrying. All the energy is carried, in other words. And it's when we have a balance, we have a maggrav. When we have a residue, it can either be magnetical or gravitational. So therefore, for reference purposes, the emission is out of the North Pole. But the truth is, as a two-way street, the emission is also out of the South Pole. It's just that the North Pole emission is magnetical and the South Pole absorption is gravitational. And so the only way that we can determine that is by having a reference point. And so that reference point requires two fields. And that's how you know the difference between a launch field and a landing field. Because if you launch from one field and you land in another field, in order to come back, that so-called landing field has to transform into a launch field. And the launch field that you originally started from has to transform into a landing field. And so these are the skills that we have to learn. And there's a bond that is between here, and this is what I refer to as the reality dimension. The reality dimension that links up the plasmatic spectrum of the energy transfer with the physicality spectrum of the energy transfer. So we understand that the plasmatic spectrum is in a different dimension, and the physicality spectrum is in a different dimension, although it's in a lower energy state. In fact, the physicality spectrum is the lowest energy state. But that doesn't mean low in quality. That just means in a greater gravitational form, which we call an energy binding. But energy binding has a connotation of being a bad thing. And it is because of our actions. What we see in the universe is that the energy that is moving through these reality dimensions is actually a feeding pack. And that feeding pack comes in a variety of flavors. And so all of these flavors come together with respect to nearness and proximity, and they dilute together to create a composite plasma charge. And this is what contributes to the spice of life on this planet. And it's manifested through the gathering of the aminogen. And this aminogen is based on the gradient charge of the atmosphere. Well, the atmosphere is right around the planet. So is it the same everywhere? Well, obviously it's not, because there's over close to 8 billion souls on this planet, and each of us is unique. And then each of us have a dream energy, and that dream energy can travel somewhere else and engage others. So we didn't specify which others. So the obvious conclusion would be the others off of this planet. However, we now find that there are others in the universal community. So it is entirely possible for us through our dream energy to engage others beyond the 8 billion that we claim are on this planet. And so the fundamental rule, for simplicity's sake, is that the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so the obvious question then is, what feeds the higher strength? And so all of this is really the basic understanding of magnetical force fields, which we call attraction and repulsion, which means attraction is gravitational, repulsion is magnetical. But this is not done without a relationship. And that relationship then is that there's a magnetical feeding and a gravitational feedback. The gravitational has to feed back the results of the feeding. And when it can feed back, then the magnetical can decide to continue feeding in that direction or in another direction, because you cannot prescribe the direction of the feeding. You can only prescribe the gravitational feedback. The radio station is playing the music, but if you're not tuned into the channel, you won't hear it. And it would also help to turn the radio on in the first place. But this is the key. So the PM ticks are flowing throughout the universe, and this is all part of the magnetical feeding. And they come together in this mag-rav condition, which is a combination of the principal matter, transition matter, and the convergence matter. And so in a plasmatic state, this becomes part of the plasmagen conversion, but it can progress to a physical state conversion. Either way, this is a maggrav condition. And so this is part of the gravitational net feedback. And that gravitational feedback has to have a reference point. And so that reference point is the environment. And how dependent are we on that environment? Well, we're finding some very startling things, because our gravitational point, which we call a maggrav, and our environment, which is a gravitational point, which we call a maggrav, creates another field, which is a field interaction, which we call inertia. Is that exclusive to the man space and the relationship to the earth space? Well, no. For the purposes of understanding the sequences, the first thing we have to know is that energy is always a charge in motion. And because energy is always positive, we have to have a reference to something. So therefore, in order to have a reference, you have to know that all things are working in combination. But when we say combination, the obvious answer is 2. But it could be 3, 4, 5, and many more. And so now we realize that we have choices. And these choices have to be made in a definitive fashion. In other words, there has to be a clear-cut choice. And the best way to do that is to understand your position as the last man standing, because this choice is yours. You can't run off to somebody and ask them what their choice is and have it be the only reference that you use for making your choice. Because your choice depends on the feeding. You have to be able to turn on this feeding and likewise turn it off. And there is no physical switch. And then, depending on your position, you can change the strength. So therefore, you can increase the strength of this feeding or decrease the strength of this feeding as it suits. And when we say as it suits, that determines the positioning. So as it suits your positioning, it means that you can enhance your position or diminish your position. But diminishing your position does not in any way diminish your position, as in stature. You are still the last man standing and you still have the choices. But what it does is it behooves you to make those choices because the responsibility falls squarely in your lap. And so when we look at the Earth-space relationship and how it deals with it, there is a distinct difference, but there's also similarity. And so when we define what a volcano is, it's a rupture in the crust of the planetary mass object, such as the Earth. So the Earth is a planetary mass object. So right away, that implies that there are other planetary mass objects that could have a rupture in their crust. So we are talking about a universal phenomena, not necessarily specific to Earth. We are also talking about a phenomena that is not specific to physicality. But for our purposes, let's look at the volcano on Earth, and we see that it allows in that rupture to have hot lava. And the thing about the lava is that it's hot. And when there's hotness or flame, and when something gets burned, you have an ash. So there's a volcanic specific ash. And of course, gases are also released. And so in summary, we have hot lava, volcanic ash, and gases can escape from what we discovered, the magma chamber. And the magma chamber is this plasmatic field within the core. And interestingly enough, one of the byproducts that we get is a volcanic product that is hot sulfur. And so this hot sulfur comes from this magma chamber. And obviously, a couple of questions arise. Why hot sulfur? And how is that possible if the magma is in a rotating field in the core of the Earth space? And so we find that when we see this hot lava or volcanic ash, some of it becomes sulfur, and there is a gas that's escaping. And sometimes these gases are actually the incomplete physical manifestation of the sulfur. And so they're quite toxic. And so you find those that are do sulfur mining, they suffer from many physical maladies because it's a dangerous practice. And so the cookies we were going to make today, or the wafers, well, that's these sulfur bricks. And that's the harvesting of the sulfur in the mines. I don't suggest that you eat that. But we look at the details of the Earth space, we find where sulfur is, and it's in a on the periodic table of elements. It seems to be in a very strange position because it has a proton mass of 16, which is double the proton mass of oxygen, which is 8. And isn't it interesting that the sulfur becomes manifested at the point where the magma meets the Earth's crust, and the Earth's crust is made up of silicon and oxygen. And the bond between the silicon and the oxygen, among all the elements in the periodic table, is the strongest, or one of the strongest bonds. It's a covalent bond. There are 2 bonds in the oxygen, and there are 2 bonds in the 4 bonds in the silicon. And so it makes for a very, very strong bond. And of course, the oxygen is highly gravitational, which means it's highly positive. But the silicon is very dense, and so that constitutes part of the crust. So just below the crust is the magma, and the combination of the field of the silicon and the combination of the field of the magma produces the sulfur. So now you see what this positioning is, and why is sulfur so important? And because it has an enormous amount of energy in its mass. So we see that there's a transfer of energy from the core space in the inner space of the Earth space. And it creates something, and we've recreated that in the cups of life. And there's some nebulous point at which this is created, and it's different all the time. And when we gathered up the GANs, we see that we could take this GANs, which is kind of white, and put it in a glass bottle, which is made out of silicon. And it's an amorphous silicon, and it's transparent. So we can see the glance inside the bottle. And then we also put water in there, and the water is also amorphous. And so that means like in a liquid state. So the glass bottle, which is SiO2, and the water is H2O. And then there's the GANs. And so the GANs is CO2 or ZNO. So all things in combination. So one feedback, which is the GANs production, is a feeding byproduct. Something is feeding to create the GANs. There are plasma fields that are working together. And so when you look at the byproduct, it's a combination of things. And then furthermore, we have a hole in the GANs. And we know it's there because it hasn't gone, it's just transparent. We can see right through it. And so we didn't take a swizzle stick to make that hole, it made it on its own. So the energy is still there. And this is where we have the binding of energy. So we can look inside that hole and we can say, well, that is the core of this reaction, and it's of a binding nature. And because it's in the binding nature, we automatically know it's a rotating field. So then the question becomes is there any exchange in energy between these various fields? Well, that's not obvious. What is obvious, that this is all part of our biosphere dimension. In other words, this is the life-giving dimension that we have on this Earth space. And we could create other ganses beyond the CO2 GANs. We have the calcium GANs and the copper GANs as well. We've already mentioned the zinc GANs, but most importantly is the amino acid GANs, because that is a major contribution to the vertical and horizontal people state. And of course, the universal solvent, the water GANs, which is not only beneficial to our life forms, but it's also beneficial to our Earth space form. And so we find that this Earth space has a uniqueness in the crust, because the crust is the boundary of the magnetosphere, but the water is in between the crust and the atmosphere. And so we're always looking at this relationship of two fields. So within the cup of inertia, for instance, we have a magnetical field and a gravitational field, just like in all the other cups. But the cup of inertia itself is a byproduct of the cups of man and the cups of earth. And so we see the cup of earth has a magnetical field and a gravitational field as well. So this is the environment field. And so when we put all these fields together, we find that our soul, our emotion, and our physicality constitutes one relationship. Our environment, being the earth, constitutes another relationship, and the inertia is a combination byproduct of the two feeding fields. So the inertia becomes a feedback byproduct of the feeding process. So there's our part of the deal. And when we add all of it together, then these all become part of the plasma feeding dimensions. Well, what is this food that we want to be fed with? And so it all boils down to the energy. And up until recently, we have been exclusively faced with a deficiency, shall we say, an almost a 20% deficiency, which we've continually looked for supplementation. And we've continually looked for that supplementation exclusively from our Earth space. We have now been exposed to the other dimensions, the other reality dimensions, which are also part of the plasma feeding dimensions. So in other words, dear Christopher Columbus, the Earth was here before you. And so this was created through the binding energy paths, where energy is absorbed and comes in, and more comes in. And so this is done through a gravitational attraction. And then once we have that, in order to maintain that energy, we have to be able to increase its strength. And so to attract more energy, we have to give more out. And so that is done through the emission of energy out. And because we are absorbing more energy, we are able to elevate the energy path of the energy that we emit through repulsion, which we call the magnetical repulsion of energy out. But at what rate? And so that becomes the thing. What we're looking at in terms of our magrav feeding dimension on this planet, that rate is not 100%. And as the sun is, which is a catalyst, we are in a deficient state. We are also in a state of transmutation, where we will be having that supplementation coming in from other fields. And these other fields are also part of the magrav feeding dimensions. Just because we haven't recognized them doesn't mean they don't exist. We have to tune in. So the only tuning in, as we've done, is looking for that confirmation point, which we see as our physical space somewhere on this planet. And so the verification is part of our transmission of energy, and the validation is our transition of energy. But really, our point of existence is the transmutation, because the transmutation is what allows us to travel through outer space. We are simply residing in some space, and that space is the difference between, as we discussed, our launch point and our landing point. And when that is equal and balanced, we can't see that. The magrav in a balanced position is invisible. But we could say that it's also transparent. What do we see? Well, we see the residue. We are the residue. And why can't we see beyond that residue? Is because we have limitations. Limitations in the understanding of physical reality and understanding the relation with the plasmatic reality. And this is impacted on our soul. Well, we have now been able to liberate that soul into traveling through these other dimensions. And so we are beyond the transmission, beyond the transition, and now we are getting into the transmutation. So this is not a diminishment. This is not a dissolution. This is not a dematerialization. This is a changing of the reality dimension field strength. So let's review. A magrav is a balance of the magnetical gravitational relationship. Well, in one sense, a magnetical gravitational relationship is a transition of ranges. In another magnetical gravitational relationship, it is a transmission of energies. The transmission balance is a relationship. And if it is totally in balance, then it's non-visible. But it's never totally in balance. There is always a transmission. In order for that transmission to occur, there has to be an impetus. So we're saying the transition of ranges, because it transcends different field strengths, is the impetus for transmission. Remembering the higher strength feeds the lower strength. So there's your impetus right there. And so now we understand that we can create dynamic plasma boundaries. And so what these are is a reflection of the Earth space point within our Earth space field, and is basically a plasmatic manifestation of our soul spectrum. And to see this plasmatic manifestation, we see a radiance of the feeding field that comes from the inner space spectrum. But if there's a feeding, there also has to be a feedback. And then the feeding has to kind of transform from a feeding radiance to a feedback radiance. In other words, it has to transform from a magnetical feeding radiance to a gravitational feedback radiance. And furthermore, it can become a physical manifestation. So our understanding of the physical manifestation has to understand how these energy states flow. So conventionally, we say that the vertical energy flow is the transition. In other words, the energy goes out to North Pole and comes in on the South Pole. Remembering, of course, that that is the net, not the gross energy. That is the net difference in the energy. So the vertical transition goes out through the North Pole. So therefore, the transmission is horizontal. So in other words, the transmission is the energy flowing around the planet. Let's do a 90-degree reference change. Okay, we're turning this reference 90 degrees to the right. So the transition remains in its position that it goes through the poles. But from this point of reference, it's horizontal. And because the transmission is perpendicular to the horizontal, now the transmission becomes vertical. So whether it's horizontal or whether it's vertical is irrelevant from a plasma perspective. It is only relevant from an Earth space perspective. Right? Because when we look at the creation of the universe exists from energy, and all things are working in combination, trying to converging to come into the plasma gen, which we call the matter state, the Maggrav condition of the matter states. But do we know enough to take enough into account? And what do we take into account? And then when do we stop taking things into account? Right? Because if we don't stop taking things into account, we're never going to amount to anything because we keep accounting. So we have to be able to make that decision, and that decision is individualistic. It's unique because it's yours. And so you have to make that decision as if you're the last man standing. But we have to now understand that there's an interaction and that it's a two-way street. So the energy is always in motion. So if you look at the individual and you see that the fields come out of the North Pole and come into the South Pole, and so that's you. But you are working in combination with other fields. And so that too, the energy that comes out of your North Pole goes to the other's South Pole. And so when the energy is emitted out of that North Pole, it comes back into your South Pole. So if we forget about our own energy exchange and understand that in order to have an interaction, you have to have a two-way street. And so that is the net energy flow. not the gross energy. The gross energy is the MAGRAV plus the residue. And so the residue becomes the charge. But we're not worried about that relationship because energy is not only a two-way street within us, but it's a two-way street in reference to another plasmatic relationship. So we're going to take the picture on the left, which is exclusively the relationship between two plasma fields. And so we understand from a previous exercise that when we look at the universe and we see that it has a boundary as far as we know, but in order to determine that boundary, there has to be a reference point beyond that boundary, doesn't it? And if there's a reference point beyond that boundary, then how can the universe have this boundary? But anyway, what we want to point out is that the field is not round. There's a flatness to it. And the greater the flatness, the greater the shine. And so when we look at the solar system, we find that all the planets rotate on the same plane. So we could say that the exchange of energy in the solar system is pretty flat. And so we look at the planet Earth and we find it's not round. It's slightly flattened at the poles. This is an important point. Because if we take this flatness and we do a perpendicular interaction, we find that the superimposition of the 90-degree rotation has a difference in its conformation. And so we have peaks and valleys. So this perpendicular interaction between these two fields has differences. It's not uniform. And as a result, we create a magnetical field and we create a gravitational field. And as a result, when we look at the magnetosphere of the Earth space, we find that if it were uniform, if it were circular, spherical, our planet would be all water. There would be no land. But thanks to the volcanoes, we created land. And so all of these lands are floating on top of this magnetosphere. And so if we're looking at it from the South Pole, we see the Americas on the left and Asia on the right, and Europe up top, and then Australia is always on the bottom. But, you know, everybody's got their feet planted on the ground. And so we see that between these peaks, which are the land masses, of course, the water is in between. And these are the various oceans. And then at the core, and that's within the magnetosphere, we have our MAGRAV position in the core of the highest gravitational field. And of course, it's in balance, which is why it's not visible. And we take that principle and then understand that other plasma fields have the same characteristics. And are we specific about which plasma field? No, we just broadcast. And so we broadcast through different dynamic plasma dimensions, and then there are dynamic plasma interactions, as we just described. And this is where the reality dimension comes in. The feeding radiance from one plasma to the feedback radiance of the other plasma. And of course, that feedback radiance to complete the energy transfer is feeding back to the feeding radiance. So this is where the dynamic plasma goes beyond the physical dimension, beyond the plasmatic dimension, beyond the current reference point. And we decide whether we absorb that energy or whether we put a barrier to that energy. We decide uniquely, individually, because we are the last man standing and we have the knowledge within us. Whether we admit it or whether we just do it intuitively, we have it. And that is the reason why that we now are able to actually facilitate transportation between these dimensions. And these dimensions may be on the same energy field, or maybe even transcend into different reality dimensions. We're just opening that door. So everything fundamentally is based on where two forces come together, you see. It is because when these two forces come together, then they create this Magravh condition. And so the universal energy, which is harvesting that energy all the time, the byproduct is self-enhancement. And so we as man, in our man-space viewpoint, have opted to do Lush harvesting, which is the self-consumption of energy. And so if it's self-consuming, and we don't see that it's self-consuming because we're consuming it from others. But in the process of consuming that energy from others, we have to understand that we're consuming from the lowest energy source when the highest energy source is giving it freely. And so we look at the magmasphere and how it was created, and we see that it was fluid, it was hot, it's very dense, very gravitational. It's below the biosphere range, and it's non-differentiated, right? So the vanishing point is in the core, and the soul of the earth is in that core. And so how do we differentiate from this core into landmass and water mass and sulfur and other things that are part of the periodic table of elements? And so this just contributes to understanding of the overlapping fields. So our magmasphere positioning is in line with all of these other things. So if we're sitting on the backside of the sun and looking towards Mars, we see before us that we see the Earth space. And that Earth space is now, we know, comprised of a biosphere and a magmasphere. And then, of course, the moon space is part of the Earth space as well. And then there's man space. And then there's vertical people space and other horizontal people space, right? And then we add the satellites that go around in that space and the spaceship space that goes in between these. And then, of course, the conclusion is, well, there's the Mars space. And to travel from any of these spaces to the Mars space, we have our travel space, which we call the Universal Enhancement Spaceships. So now we may better understand, or we're understanding better, that the soul of the man is the essential you. And so the essential you is interacting between the plasmagen state and the mattergen state. So therefore, you have to have an environment to relate to. And the soul of the body does that. The soul of the body does that on your behalf. That's the surrogate you. And so the soul of the body is interacting between the plasmagen state and the environment state. Well, which environment state did we specify? Which plasmagen state? Well, did we specify that either? So there are many possibilities. At some point in time, there's a target field. And that target field leads to this manifestation. So it's the plasma feeding that leads to this manifestation. And this manifestation may be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible, plasmatic or physical. And then there's that specialty, the emotion of presence, because the emotion of presence is another interacting field. And the form artifact is at the manifestation point. And what is that manifestation point? It could be a physical reality, but it must be a plasmatic reality. So these are the two matter plasma dimensions. One is physical, one is plasmatic. In terms of the feeding, the dominant state is the plasmatic state. Which dominant matter state are you? So there's a commonality of these phantom fields. So from our man-space understanding, we have two souls, two emotions, two physicalities. And in order to maintain that, we have an inner space within the inner space. And that whole space is interacting with the earth space. So therefore, the earth space also has to have the two physicalities. And the two physicalities have to manifest from two plasmatic realities as well, which are the biosphere and the magnosphere. And the reaction between those fields and the man-space fields is the inertia field. But that is not the only reaction. And this is why 1 + 1 is more than 2. Because we have two feeding dimensions, and we keep those feeding dimensions to continue feeding. And so the third dimension, which is the byproduct, is actually the feedback dimension, and we keep that dimension as well. And then we, as observers of these dimensions, well, you can't be part of that dimension and be an observer of the dimension. So we're not any of these three dimensions. We're in a different dimension. And this is important because this is one of the difference between how we navigate through man space and how we navigate through earth space. And so our relationship is with the soul of the earth, isn't it? And the soul of the earth now we find is in the core of the magnosphere. And so our soul of the man is within our body. And so the soul of the earth body has to be within the earth space, as the soul of our body has to be within our body. And so therefore the manifestation of the physicality of the earth space is the physicality of the earth body. The physicality of our body, the soul of the body, manifests into the physicality of our body. So there's a direct relationship to how energy is transferred from our soul and the soul of the earth. So the question then becomes, dear Christopher Columbus, what attracts to the soul of the earth? So we had the soul of the solar system plus the soul of the sun attracted the soul of the earth. This is the soul sequence of the convergence. And then the soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth now attracted the soul of the earth body. And now that we have the soul of the earth body, that, along with the soul of the sun, manifests into the physicality of the earth. And from there, we have a divergence in the biodiversity and the spiciness of this planet, which is what makes it heaven. And limitation is not understanding our nuclear science, because we have now transcended beyond nuclear science, and we have to do that because the plasma science can neutralize the nuclear science, but only in the name of peace, because this is the ethos of the universe. In order to maintain life, which is part of creation, we have to have morality, compassion, and courage. It's automatic. It's not something where you flip on the switch. Well, now I'm going to be moral. It's like being sincere. You can't fake it. And so the way the satellites move and the way things happen, which we can't see, this is all done at a nebulous speed. But the speed is faster than Earth light. And then we find that the Mars light is at the same speed as the Earth light, because it's all part of the physical light. So whatever speed with respect to this transcendence, it's faster than Earth light, and it's faster than Mars light. So the key point is that when we are talking about physically moving through outer space, we have to understand that this physical manifestation is materialization. And so we can do materialization now and dematerialization through this reality dimension, which we call outer space. The unique discovery is that in order to transport ourselves, we require an understanding of transmutation. And in order to transport ourselves, we have to understand the origin of the magnosphere. And so that becomes part of the materialization. And we've learned how to replicate that. And so we, as the deficient species, have now moved to the head of the class, and we have the man-made capability of creating heaven on earth. And so this exposes why in our pursuit of happiness, we've always had a launch field failure, because we have never launched a rocket into outer space. So we don't know the Earth space rules. How can we understand the inner space or outer space rules? And then we look at the rest of the universe, and we're so preoccupied with that tiny little red dot in the right-hand corner, which we call man's universe, and then that tiny, even tinier white dot, that becomes the pimple. And that pimple is the pie, and we only get a piece of that pie. The difference in relationship is astounding. And as we grasp that significance, we start to see that we have not necessarily been focusing on what was important in our life. And fortunately, things change, because we see that one of those fields, the soul of the earth body, is part of the peace stone. And because of the rotating fields on this planet, it transmits this energy right around the world. And we see that this energy is at a higher energy state than the land mass and the water mass. And we find that it is highly magnetical, which means it is giving. It is giving and giving and giving and giving. And the earth is responding gravitationally. And so what does that mean with respect to our biosphere? It means that we have to harvest the energy from the plasma universe. And that energy is a plasma energy, because that energy is of an order of magnitude higher than the energy we have been useful, and we shouldn't be limited to one order of magnitude. We see that satellites are limited to a energy state, but we can go beyond the satellite level into the spaceship level, and that is even a higher energy state. And in order to successfully travel, we have to go even to a higher energy state, outer space. And we can't do that when we are binding energy. And binding energy is important, but not at the expense of others. And we do this through double crossing, lying, cheating, and stealing. And this affects those who actually practice that as well, because it becomes part of the self-consumption. And so when we look at the eruption of a volcano, we can say that it's a physical feedback pressure. So the release of the volcano, right, is a release of the pressure. We could also say that it's an earth-based pimple. We all know what a pimple is. And we see it as an expulsion of toxins. But how about if we see the magnosphere as a vacuum? And so then if there is this break in the crust, then the vacuum will want to immediately draw in the crust. And as it draws in that crust, it increases the pressure. And so the eruption becomes a vacuum process of healing, actually. And we know this is true because if it wasn't true, a volcano would keep erupting endlessly. But we know that a volcano will start an eruption and it will stop an eruption. And no man on earth has been able to flip the switch. The switch is in the wobble of the magnosphere. And the wobble comes as a result of the flatness of the earth. And this wobble affects the weather patterns around this world. And what's even more interesting is that 80% of the volcanoes are underwater. So we don't even see the eruption. And so this is where we come in with a Spanish description of an El Nino, which refers to the above average sea temperatures that periodically develop across the east central equatorial Pacific. And it represents the warm phase of what they call the ENSO cycle, ENSO. And La Nina refers to the periodic cooling of the sea surface temperatures across the east central equatorial Pacific. So if we're looking at the crust from the southern pole, and we see that the crust in the center of the Pacific Ocean is very, very thin. It is the thinnest point on Earth. And so we see Asia on the left and the Americas on the right. And above the crust is the Pacific Ocean, and below the crust, of course, is the magnosphere. And so this being very thin is like a cracker, and it cracks up a lot. And this is the Ring of Fire what we call the Ring of Fire, which is a ring around the Pacific Ocean where most of the volcanoes exist. And so these volcanoes we find are hot. And as such, because the Pacific Ocean is above that heat, then the water gets warm. And the water transfers the energy. And this is what the El Nino is. And it's cyclical. In other words, sometimes it's an El Nino and sometimes it's La Nina. If you're going to have warming, at some point it has to stop. And then you have cooling. At some point it has to stop. And then you have warming again. What causes this warming and cooling periodically? And that is the magmosphere wobble. And regardless of the season, or regardless of the wobble, the proof of concept of what we're talking about is that you were born. And you were not born on Mars, you were born on Earth. So you had a preference. And you were born in this solar system with the preference of coming to Earth because of sentimentality. And you were born using an outer space system. And you were born into the inner space. And from the inner space, we came to the Earth space. And in the Earth space, we came into our man space. And so the question also can be asked, is this only halfway through our round trip? Was this our landing point on our first stop? And from here, we wish to go somewhere else? Or is this the beginning of a new trip? Is the Earth space a launch point, looking to go to some landing point and then coming back? So this is important to understand more fully our intention and our purpose. And to understand that, to cross this bridge of knowledge, we have to understand that regardless of the boundaries that we set up, we have to understand that we are inherently peaceful. That's the ticket. That's the transmutation ticket. The only way that science can meet the soul of man is through peace. And so that's what the Keshe Foundation is all about. And we know that's true too, because we have some excitable visitors that are coming through this path. Did we say it's a two-way street? So which reality dimension are they coming from? Stay tuned. This is the post-June the 6th, 2022 era, where we can make some choices. We can make some choices on the space beyond Earth space, how to understand our inner space and the position it has, and the transmutation through outer space. This is exciting times. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, teaching on plasma science, calling all Earth space patriots. There's a World Peace Treaty, and we need to sign it. That's our ticket to the universal community. Earth, as you know, has overlapping fields of life, and it has freedom from these boundaries, these man-made boundaries. These reality dimensions we're talking about are not affected by whether or not they're near space or far space. It doesn't matter. What our matter condition is earthbound. And within that earthbound state, we are looking for an atmospheric transformation, which allows for our physical and emotional enhancement at the vitality point. This is what the transmutation does, because it doesn't carry baggage from the transparency point to the manifestation point. and illness and sickness are baggage. And so volcanoes are part of the healing process of the inner space of Earth space. And this healing process will help us connect to that nebulous point of the universal inner space of freedom. So in this process, the soul of the earth exposes the man-made fallacies of man-made thought. Plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on earth. So welcome to the outer space age. I hope you enjoyed this trip. Thank you all for listening.
Well, thank you for presenting, Alex. Although there's a lot there that you've covered, just like Mr. Keshe, it just seems we can't keep up. But there's something that's going to happen. I don't think we're going to have to learn everything specifically, as the soul already knows how to manifest itself, absorb energies, interact in certain environments. But it's these cosmic rays, apparently, that's one of the next steps that we're going to. You know, I was thinking while you were presenting this, Alex, that there's going to be so many stories to tell about people going into space and their experiences and things. I hope it won't be just property of the Keshe Foundation. So here's your next $1 billion idea. Instead of going to Facebook to share your stories, maybe we'll have something called Spacebook, where everyone who's traveled or gone to different places can add their stories to a sort of Spacebook platform and let them tell their individual tales.
That's really cool, Mark.
So that's my $1 billion donation to whoever wants to pick up Spacebook. Or maybe it'll be Keshe Facebook.
And then we can sit around the campfire on planet Zeus and exchange stories.
Yeah, if you're traveling, and you know, this new system with the cosmic rays, it appears that one person in one seat can go one place and another person in the adjoining seat can go to a totally different universe. I mean, it must be these fields that whatever you wish for, that's the interaction you get, and they're all there for everyone. I mean, an airline, you have to take off and land, everyone lands at the same place, but this is going to be totally different, it appears. And would you be by yourself? Would you travel in groups, or there would be no problem of being alone? Or maybe when you land, you become part of that family automatically and feel welcomed, and you've made new friends instantly.
Now,
Perhaps.
that's a really good question. And the really good answer to that question is...
Test it and find out for yourself? No.
Well, you do this every night in your dream.
Don't we?
And isn't the significant point in your dream is who you interacted with? If you're telling a story of a dream,
okay,
the significant point is your interaction with something else. If there is no interaction, then nothing happens.
Right.
Oh, what did you do last night? Oh, well, I went to the club. But what did you do? What did you do? Well, I met an old friend and I listened to some music. Okay, so those are the key points. You don't say, well, I when I walked through the front door, I walked on the floor. I mean, that's an insignificant point. You know, why bring it up? It's not significant to the discussion. It's not part of the event. What's part of the event is the interaction. That's what constitutes an event. you go to the theater. What did you do at the theater? Oh, I sat in a chair. So what? You slept? Is that why you paid the ticket? No. What the story is, I went to the theater. Oh, it was a great show. The acting was terrific. The story was great. It made you cry. So all of this is interacting, but you say, well, I'm interacting with the screen. Yeah, but the screen is a surrogate representation of the actors who created that image. And then within the auditorium, you're sitting there with all these other people who are going through the same experience and sharing it with you. And we all know that that energy goes beyond the physical limitations of the skin, doesn't it? And so you find that through the process, and especially if it's a really good story, through that process, everyone's come in with a different feeling, a different attitude. But at some point, around halfway through the movie, everybody is glued to the screen and everybody's following the narrative of the story and everybody's exhibiting the same emotion. And then when they come out of that theater, they all go their different ways and they all take what is relevant to them individually. And so if you were to take a survey of 10 people who come out of that auditorium and you ask them, what was that significant event of the movie? And they will actually tell you 10 different stories. And you say, wow, did they all go to the same show? So this is what we have to understand, that the event, this is the event, and we're part of that event. So we are participants as well as observers. And this is a unique capability, and we should cherish that. And so now, for the first time, we have the capability of understanding that in more detail so that this becomes useful information to us. And you know when you get close to the source. The closer you get, the greater the protest. That protest is we call censorship.
I'm not sure what you were trying to convey there. The closer you get to the source, the more censorship?
We have gone through all of our life without understanding the truth.
Oh, yeah.
We have these man-made fallacies of thought, and we've lived by them as if they're rules. And they don't, if they were a pail, they wouldn't hold water.
Sure, you mean like heaven and hell, for example, which we've
Correct.
probably all conjured up of what it would be like to be in either place, as we see
Yes.
many Dante's Inferno and other paintings to describe what it would be like, but now we know they don't even really exist.
Well, they don't exist is because they're a figment of our imagination.
Right.
So that is something that is totally changeable, isn't it?
Claudia
And
says,
once,
perfect, wonderful picture, Alex, and teaching. Thank you, Alex, from Steph. Lisbeth, thank you, Alex, to the very special teaching again. Claudia thanks you again. And Diane says, thank you, Alex. You add to me knowledge.
thank you all.
Mr. Cat, of course, the floor is open to everyone. Everyone has a mic, and feel free to open it and share something you'd like. This is the creation process when the fields interact. So we're creating something here in this meeting, even though we may not be aware of it. The souls are interacting, I would say, and they're doing some sort of work or mission or trying to change this or get something else ready for something else. So there's all kinds of interactions and you can be part of the creation process. You don't have to open your mic. There's the silent line of communication we truly understand. But feel free to ask a question or make a comment or just say what you think. So if we're dreaming and we're traveling and our soul is going across the universe without the cosmic rays, or maybe the soul is working with the cosmic rays that we're totally unaware of, but for the physicality to transmute, we need to create those rays in a system, as I understand it. So far, which is not much that I understand.
Well, again, you are really very correct, because in our dream state we have this capability, and so that capability is inherent in our soul.
Right, right. And our
So
soul
the-
is not connected to this planet. Now, I thought we were connected, or is it just the physicality? He said the soul was coming from deep
No, it's a
space.
sentimentality. You know, when you come home, which home do you go to? You know, you talk to anyone in their house and they're going to tell you that they're at home. So if you're going to go home, which house are you going to go to? If I go to your house, I'll tell you what, I won't be home. You'll be home, but I won't be home. So there's a sentimentality to a certain place. So you're going to go home and you know where that home is. So where the problem comes in is where you don't know where your home is. or the home is the local bar, right? Because you don't want to go home. So this is where the plasma brings in the peace and tranquility. And so you not only create home as a place, but you create home as a refuge, because that's really what a home is. And it should be edifying. When you have a couple that's working together, 1 and 1 is more than 2. But when you have one who is a parasitic action on the other, and you find that one keeps prospering and the other is diminishing. And so you see that this is what we happen when you bind energy at the expense of others. And you say, well, you know, I love you, but I love you as long as you provide for me. And I love you as long as you're alive. Once you're dead, I don't love you anymore. You know, but what are you contributing to that coexistence? That becomes the question. So we're only emphasized on the one-way street, what's in it for me kind of thing. So we have to realize that the strength of the family is from the two working together. And then the two working together create an environment so that the children see the same benefit. And then from there, they can move to the next level independently. That's what you want. And that's what life is about. Going from being a child to being an adult is a process of learning. And so, therefore, if the physicality benefits through the growth, then the soul of the body must benefit through the growth. And therefore, the soul of the man must benefit through the growth. By extension, the soul of the earth must likewise benefit. What we are coming to realize, despite how dense the earth is, the gamma rays fly right through the earth as if it's not even there. So the conventional physics says it has to do with the porosity. It has to do with the size of the field. The size of the gamma ray is so small that it penetrates in between the atomic network of whatever it is, of whatever element it is. But we have to understand, in all cases, there's a plasmatic reality and a physical reality. And so the plasmatic reality is first. And so when we're saying the gamma rays, we haven't specified if they're plasmatic or if they're physical. Now, maybe, and I can't confirm, but the topic has come up. If we are now entertaining the interaction with these gamma rays, is it possible that these gamma rays are not physical, but more like PM ticks? In other words, energy packs. So that question, I'm sure, will be answered shortly.
Right, and it certainly seems like we are going to be making many new friends. They say if a person gets one friend other than your husband, your wife, your parents, your children, you've been a success at living. Most of the relationships are acquaintances. But I think once we start traveling, we're going to really make some solid friends in the universe. So yes, Alex, you have friends on Jupiter or another star somewhere. Perhaps we're going to experience this as real friends in the universe. Mr. Keshe says he calls them friends, these universal entities or creatures or citizens of the universe.
Well, as we've discovered, they're in a different reality dimension. They're in a different energy state. And so that state is not visible to us. But, that's not a commentary. That's just a statement of fact. So, if you're on the one side of the mountain, you can't see on the other side. That doesn't mean the other side doesn't exist. It's just like the radio station, on your radio. You turn it on. I don't hear the music. Well, you got to tune in. So if you want to see the other side of the mountain, well, you have to go there. So the same thing, if you want to interact with another reality dimension, you have to change to that energy state. Is it a higher energy state or is it a lower energy state, right? And so we find that the physical energy state is the lowest energy state. But is that a condemnation? Is the lowest energy state a condemnation? Oh, you're in a low energy state, you're a bottom feeder. Is that what it implies? Or are we experiencing a beauty on this beautiful planet? And are we truly then experiencing heaven? Why are we always looking at heaven as some other place than where we are? Why can't we admit we are in heaven? But we keep making this garbage and there's no way to throw it. So we have to, assume our responsibility. Not assume that we have it. Assume the responsibility, as in take up the responsibility. Take up the flag. Take up your position. Be responsible. And this really doesn't have anything to do with the financial aspect of the capability, because the financial capability is a man-made construct. But we have now come to a very critical stage where this man-made construct is sitting over us. And we are going through a very dramatic shift in this man-made construct.
Wow.
So we have to adapt to this new game plan. And we can't do it by dwelling on the man-made construct. We have to look at the new possibilities created by the plasma science. Go ahead, Mark.
No, he said in the teaching of the last workshop, in the next few weeks, he's going to change the knowledge of man. Now, hopefully he's not saying next few years, and he said next few weeks, but it seems like this is coming right around the corner. He says we're going to rely on the fields of the universe. And then another interesting, he said, when you walk into the new systems, your soul will shine. So it's just amazing what's about to take place. And I think everyone on this planet that observes it will be in awe of what's actually happening here.
So I would just like to draw a parallel to the game of chess, because unlike the game of poker, where the objective is to lie, cheat, and steal, but in the game of chess is also to conquer. But the difference is that you can see what your opponent is doing, and so there's a proactive and a reactive move that you can always make. But the thing is what's really, really funny is that when you say, well, I didn't see that move. Well, how can you not see that when all the pieces are exposed? And so it really boils down to the skill of the people who are working with this. So this is one of the reasons that all of you are spending this valuable time at these meetings, is to have a broader understanding. Because like all the books in the library, you don't have time to read all the books. So what you have to have is a bridge of knowing to gain this insight. Because you already have the knowledge within you, but how can you interpret that in our earth space? And then, here we are with ambitions to go into outer space, and we don't even know where we are. Well, hey, wait a second, you're out of your league, you're out of your class, you don't have the knowledge, you don't have the experience. And that's kind of what's been holding us back. But now we've come across a visible binding and a visible limitation to man's prosperity. And man cannot prosper without peace. Not to say that there aren't men who prosper in wartime, but to say that the common man will prosper with peace. And the universal community prospers that way. So the ticket to the universal community is through peace. So this is not a slogan. This is not a feel good, feel warm, fuzzy, expression. This is the truth. This is the reality. That's the way the universe works. And so there isn't this confrontation. There's energy given and energy taken. And the decision has to do with the benefit, if you will, to the participants. And it's only the participants can decide on this. And if the participant wishes to do this at the exclusion of his neighbor, it's the same thing as doing it at the exclusion of the consultation of his own soul. And so you find that too many of us at this point in time have disconnected the soul of the body from the soul of the man. And it's affected the earth. So we have this disconnect between the soul of the earth and the soul of the earth body. And who's in between? We are. We are in the biosphere in between. We are running interference. So are we setting up a barrier, or are we absorbing the fields? Are we part of the transition? Are we part of the transmission? And if we understand this correctly, then the bonus round is we become part of the transmutation. That's the direction that we're going. So now that we know the direction that we're going, why would you want to go in any other direction?
And the teaching is not over. He indicated that they're going to be teaching us, and you'll have access to all of it. But he said the world peace is beginning in 2023, and man becomes educated the true way. Is that through the fields, Alex? He said the system is going to deliver sustainable cosmic rays, which he indicated was the hardest to teach.
It really is, and this is my own personal challenge, because I have already extended beyond my my education. So when you look at the headings, and this is the reason I leave this panel up, and you look at the headings of what I plan on talking about in the next 4 weeks, is really to answer these questions. Because when we look at our Earth space, you know, we look at it as a physical thing, and we don't see the energy behind it. So when we're looking at a volcano, you know, all we see is this stuff that's spewing out, but, you know, it's hot. Where did they get hot? How did it get hot? And it's fluid. How did they get fluid? I mean, like, why is it fluid? If I dig down 10 feet, I'm going to dig into soil. Or if I drill through rock, I'm going to, you know, find more rock, and then I may find a cavern under the rock. But you go to a certain point, that boundary between the, you know, the crust of the earth and the magmosphere, and then you get into this lava. Well, it's hot, and it's bright red. I mean, like it's on fire. You throw anything in there, it's going to burn up, right? There's smoke. When there's smoke, there's fire, right? So the thing is, isn't that what happens when you start to bleed? Do you notice that the fluid comes out of the wound, or the fluid comes out of the pimple? And if you keep pressing it, it turns red, which is blood. So that means is that fluid, when it comes in contact with the oxygen, oxidizes and turns red. The volcano would be exactly the same. So that burning that you see that's coming out of the volcano, that is the magmosphere coming in contact with the oxygen of the atmosphere. And at that point, it becomes crust. And at that point, it is trying to differentiate into something. And how can it differentiate if it's just a nebulous rotating field? And so part of the discussion today is to understand two fields together interact and create the third field, right? And if the two fields individually are in balance, well, the third field will not be created, cannot be created. And so fortunately for us, no two fields are the same. There's always a higher field strength and a lower field strength, whether it's in the same dimension or in multi-dimensions, whether it's multipolar or different speeds of rotation, or even opposite rotation. Well, opposite rotation only indicates polarity. And it is this interaction which creates the bounty. And so when we look at all the planets, And if we were to sit back in a chair and say, oh, which planet would you like to get to? I say, oh, well, what's my choice? Well, you have the solar system and you have the solar system. Oh, okay, so it's going to be the solar system. So that's the first choice. And then within the first choice, you say, well, which planet is going to be? And so you look at, well, it's not going to be Venus. And then, oh, Mars is not any great shape. Oh, look at Earth. Earth is really cool. Yeah, Earth is really beautiful. Yeah, so my preference is to come to Earth. And we've all made that decision. And the thing is, we're going through life and forgetting that we made that decision. We made that decision. Why did we make that decision? What is our purpose? This is a tough question, and it demands an answer. And only each of us individually can answer that question. And what we find as we come to that rational conclusion, it happens when the soul of the man and the soul of the body interact in a peaceful manner. And then we start harvesting the plasma energy of the plasma universe.
Just stepping away for 30 seconds. Be right back.
This interaction is what we're missing, the realization of this interaction, because we can't see it. It's in a higher energy state. And so the only thing that we can see is the feedback state, the feedback that is being fed. And so if we pattern our lives based on the feedback, we're missing the show.
Alex, were you saying the magma, when it hits the air, that's when, is it in a plasmatic state before? When it's inside the earth? The same with our bodies in a way that.
100%.
Really? I remember Mr. Keshe talking about meteors and asteroids. One of the reasons we don't see them coming in before they hit the atmosphere is because they're in a plasma state, so they cannot be picked up by the radars. But once they interact with the fields or the inertia of the planet, they turn into a solid meteor or asteroid and enter the Earth zone. So
and this is the same thing that happens with the amino acid.
Also?
Well, the amino acid in a plasmatic state is a precursor for the amino acid in the physical state.
Okay.
Because the amino acid interaction is within the skin of the body. And within the skin of the body is a plasmatic vacuum condition.
Mm-hmm.
So it cannot be physical amino acid. Sometimes if you want to figure out what something is, it's hard to do when you can't see it and it's transparent or it's non-visible. So you got to look at the neighbors. And this is what Immanuel Velikovsky did with history. You know, the history of your country is also relevant to the history of your neighbor. And then he found out that our history, the way it was taught to us, was out of whack by 700 years. And then you say, well, okay, is it 700 years forward or 700 years back? Or maybe it's 350 forward and 350 back. You know, which one is it? So then you have to look at the neighbors of the neighbors and try and decide. And then you find, well, when you go back and you look at the 7 major civilizations on this planet, and all of them talk about the Great Flood. What? So is that a figment of someone's imagination? Every civilization has the same story. You know what? That's history. That's the true history. So, you know, the current history is obliterated by the winner of the war. The winner writes the history. Well, you can only obfuscate the truth for so long. And if you do an investigation deep enough, then you'll find out. And, you know, me as a city slicker, I don't know anything about volcanoes. And then when the volcanoes were explained to me and how they affect the weather, and I say, well, what do volcanoes and the weather have in common? And that is, they reflect the emotion of this planet. And what impacts the emotion of this planet? Could it be man?
Could be. There's a large volcano in Hawaii, I think, that's been rumbling the last week or so, or two. But there's, as you said, 80% of the volcanoes are under the ocean. At least 10,000 volcanoes are going off simultaneously all the time.
Mark, I've been here. Can I say something?
I was just going to say, Dean, that's an awful lot of pimples. Anyway, welcome to the meeting. Glad to have you.
Thank you, Alex, for a beautiful presentation as usual. Thank you for your teaching. Thank you, Mark, for presenting. Wonderful. Thank everybody for being present. What you've just spoken about there was this consciousness of the thoughts and intentions of mankind, of humanity, and I think it's not just humanity. I think this consciousness that sets this field strength that causes different weather patterns and anomalies in within the structure of the planet is the emotion that's set by not just humanity. I think this process goes further out than that. I think when the environment is unbalanced, or we have a condition that is not that is just taken, then it's obviously going to affect all the souls, all the field strengths that are present, and so they all have a say. And if none are higher and none are lower, then a bacteria to a elephant and everything else in between, anything you can think of, any creature, any soul is going to have an influence upon the weather pattern in the environment that they're within. So for me, that's very relevant. That when we have a position, a place where it's balanced and there's not this constant turmoil of interactions, of the fear and the emotions that are raised by the conditions set by our environment and we know what we're speaking about. I'm going round in circles here. The way that the interactions happen through the conscious effect by a lot of conscious thoughts towards damaging or not being constructive in a certain way. They seem to want to always oppose and create a condition that manifests as a dividing position. And we're within the foundation and the ethos, we're all about uniting and bringing it all together and bringing everything back together as one and bringing it into a balanced condition. And so there's that thought process of being in an environment that actually is triggering off emotions in any shape or form is bound to give a condition that causes not just the weather, but the emotion from one soul to another to constantly fluctuate. And I think many of us have experienced this in our environments because of the conditions that we find ourselves in. And I'm sure that most of it we have constructed ourselves with our own thoughts and intentions, even though we don't do it intentionally. I think sometimes if we go to sleep, if we soul travel, then we're in a different position. But when we are conscious, many creatures and souls and people, and however you'd like to describe it, have thoughts that constantly come across. They come into their field strength. They come into their matter state mind, and then this has directly an effect that radiates out. If we are GANs, if we are big gases with this consciousness that evaporates through our very pores, that filtering process, then that goes out into the environment and it affects everything, including the weather and each and every other soul. So that position of being able to consciously, I don't want to use the word control, but be aware of our position and what we are giving out in any one moment has a big influence and effect on not only ourselves, but on many other situations. I think that's supposed to be
I liked it when you said the other day, Dean, we're nothing more than a collection of intelligent gases.
Exactly. That's exactly what we are.
Where did you hear that? Let me guess.
Yeah, I actually, Mr. Keshe said this a long time ago. With many things, Mr. Keshe says, with all of us, certain things stick, and we seem to remember them, and or they come back into our conscious thought at some point. And I have this a lot with Mr. Keshe's teachings. He touches us on a soul level, and we know it, and and when that consciously touches us in a certain way, then it feeds through back to the physicality, and sometimes the physicality has to jump and move and respond to that information.
Are you thinking that the nuclear plasma, which he had talked about several workshops or more than that ago, is similar to these cosmic rays? Is this what he's talking about here? Or do you know a place where he talked about them? I think someone said workshop 317, but he said we could go back and review and put it together a little bit better by going back and re-listening to those. So cosmic rays, nuclear plasma, is this something similar? I'm thinking it is.
I'm sure it is, Mark. I'm absolutely sure. We know that we are. I mean, if we have the capability, when we leave our physicality, to have the energy impact of 18 Hiroshima bombs, or whatever you want to describe it, Mr. Keshe said once, then we have all the capabilities of a nuclear reactor within ourselves. We have that energy, and we can release that. And I don't think it's just when we decide to leave the physicality. We have that unlimited ability in this very moment. Each and every one of us. We just need to come to a position where I don't know. It's that enlightenment thing again. It's when the light switches on. It's when the plasma ignition happens. It's when you suddenly become full of light, or however you want to describe it. Then that process takes place naturally, and I think that also happens in each and every moment, with each and every cell, with each and every tiny neutron, electron, proton. However you'd like to describe it, it's happening constantly. When you see a condition where you see when a baby is born or conceived, you suddenly see that little ray of light that comes around this particular cell. It lights up. It's an interaction. It's a nuclear interaction. That's one way of describing it. It's an interaction that is cosmic rays. It's in the matter state, I know, but it's still using those same energies, to my understanding anyway.
Right. That's where he said he could take a cup of tap water, and within seconds it becomes radioactive, but perhaps in the plasmatic state, which is safe, but it still contains those energies.
Yeah. I'm sure Mr. Keshe could do many things.
Oh,
He doesn't show all of it, has to do it bit by bit, piecemeal. But I'm sure that that it would be very easy for Mr. Keshe to literally create anything by literally putting his finger in the liquid and using certain other conditions. There's many ways to do things, and you know, that interaction can happen almost instantaneously once you have that knowledge. Do you not think?
yeah. Yeah, I was just thinking how silly the world leaders will feel of themselves once this starts to take place. And again, there's no punishment, but that it's been dragged on for so long when the beauty's been sitting on this planet for so long as well.
Yeah, most definitely, Mark. It's yeah, it's. I think it's got very wearing for many who've had to endure this condition for so long, and it is time for the souls that have been continuously creating these conditions to actually themselves to wake up and really start taking responsibility for their actions, thoughts, and deeds, and yeah, their intentions. Because, as you know, and we all know now, on a soul level, they can be interacted with and and just elevated to bring about a balance. So, no, and it's just a giving condition. However, it will, as we know through the soul interaction, it will create a condition where they will be elevated. So they really haven't got a choice anyway. So they might as well, in this moment, be correct.
When you're in Linz, has he ever mentioned anything about the systems interacting with the soul of the planet? And this is
Other than
where
what
we're
you
short,
said,
isn't it? The soul of this planet, whose short itself is taking from its own creation. So for that process to stop, the soul on this planet has to become elevated.
yeah, of course. I always look at it. It's a very simple process. I always make things. So we've always been taught that, or we've been experienced through Mr. Keshe's giving to us, that from an atom to a universe. So that atom goes through a process where it will just open up, and it will have to give exactly the same as a universe. So it, for me, it's the same. It doesn't matter whether it's a planet, a cell in your body, or a cell, or a galaxy. It's the same thing. And so eventually it's inevitable that it's going to happen. It can only be this. It can only that's all it could ever be. So, and when you go onto the size ratio of an atom or a planet, and then you compare that to a universe, it's there's really no difference, because it's all the same thing. So it's that transmutation in the moment that causes the reaction, nuclear, the light coming on, the enlightenment, the elevation of any plasma.
And I wonder if the soul of this planet is aware that it is being elevated by maybe a small percentage at this time of its inhabitants and the universal community, but later on, an even bigger thrust or elevation, enlightenment of the soul of this planet?
Once the souls, as we've spoken about earlier on, Mark, once the souls all start to understand and start to receive some of this knowledge and the field strength that it gathers, and start to elevate even slightly, and start thinking and using intentions in the correct way, like the ethos of the foundation, then things are going to, by order of magnitude, going to grow very, very quickly.
Yeah.
When you look back to I don't know, many years ago, 10, 12 years ago, when the understanding of it was there then through the teachings. But when you think of the interactions and the way that it's gone from that small amount of time, which doesn't exist, then it's already consciously expanded greatly. And then once this situation happens where a soul, maybe just one, is elevated enough, then the whole spectrum of this cell, which is the planet, this which we're all part of, then it all gets elevated at the same time. As Mr. Keshe said many times, it only takes one. However, one is all of us, so it will happen to all of us.
Yeah, it's just amazing that we could be part of this, and I don't think we fully grasp it yet. But we're getting there. That we're going to help bring this change, and then of course, once that happens, then the confidence grows to perhaps do this in other places in the universe, similar to what Mr. Keshe does. This is what I think we're sort of being trained or groomed for, in a way.
Yeah, I think Alex is going to make a very good Mr. Keshe somewhere else at some point, Jess.
Yeah, we'll be speaking the words of the creator, the actions, the thoughts, and so on. So we'll be satellites way deep in this cosmos as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And if you think, Mark, that the cosmos can go both ways, so it can be the smallest point as well. So it doesn't have to be going, when we say going out into space, inner space as well, as Alex and all speaks about. It's within. It can be anywhere, anything. We're everything in any moment. So yeah.
Right. And he talked about going through the materials of Earth. I don't know why we would want to do that, just for more exploration and adding to our knowledge.
That goes back to the usual thing though, Mark, doesn't it? Then that goes back to loving our physicalities.
I'd like to add to Dean's thought here, please. And that is...
Hi, Alex. How are you?
I'm very good, Dean, and I'm so glad that you're here. I need to be polite and, let you follow in Mr. Keshe's footsteps ahead of me. Now, the thing is I always was wondering, as I'm talking from a personal standpoint here, is, what are we doing here on this planet? And so that migrated to the question of, is this planet called us here? And then my question migrated to us is, why are we here on this planet that called us here? And if it called us here, then we answered. And when did we do this? So obviously we did this before we were born. But the interaction between us as man space and between the Earth as Earth space is not the only consideration. And so the viewpoint has migrated to the point to understand that the deficiencies of man and the deficiencies of Earth are interchanged, interacted, intertwined. And so the problem then becomes this whole earth is under quarantine. But not only, there are other places that are having the same problem. And the reason that is a fact is because the inner space is radiating out. And so the maladies that this planet is experiencing are likewise radiating out. And so they must interact with the other spaces. We're just going to call them spaces. We didn't say where these spaces are or which dimension they are in, but what I'm saying is this effect must interact. It must interact on a plasmatic basis. So the malady here is the malady there as well. So the containment of this malady is done through the same way that we have the capability of absorbing plasma energy or creating a barrier of these fields. The determination of what creates the success with respect to these plasmatic fields is the ethos of the universe. So it becomes unquestionable. If we're talking about creation, then we have to have a compassion for our fellow man. And if we don't have a compassion for our fellow man, then we are abusing creation. And so that becomes the criteria. And if man space is abusing creation and indirectly causing earth space to suffer from the abuse of this creation, and the other spaces within the nearness and proximity of this are also suffering this abuse. So what we're looking at is this containment. And the question then becomes is how do we go through this, shall we say, prison breakout? And so the first thing is we have to do is to overcome these deficiencies. We're in the post-June the 6th. We're in fact post-October the 14th, 2021 era. And so these deficiencies, the creator has facilitated. Now there's a time lag between our awareness and then our incorporation of this awareness. We're now in the post-June the 6th, where we've basically, after waiting 12 years and not being stagnant within those 12 years, but basically giving the world leaders 12 years to incorporate this. And now we've come to the point where we see the results. It's a total failure. So we have to carry on, and we are carrying on. And in that process, we've now come to an acceleration. But that acceleration is not only on our end, as we say, you know, there's a chess game that's going on, and we can see what the others are doing. And they are accelerating their agenda as well, to the point now where we're seeing Germany in a total collapse, total economic collapse. I mean, how do you replace 80,000 jobs in a matter of a week? And so this is not our dilemma. This is the dilemma of the powers that are governing. And this now becomes a test of their intestinal fortitude. Do they carry on with their disconnect for the compassion of humanity, or do they suddenly reconnect and say, oh my God, look at what I've done? And the change happens. So the rate of change is now in balance. And so our call here just happens to be at the crux of the problem. And there's a uniqueness here because we have this physicality, and all the time this physicality has been a diminishment because it's the lowest energy state. But really, it's a prestigious capability that gives us a unique capability that even the universal community is not capable of partaking in. There are universal beings that engage in the physicality and have this capability. But by the rules of the universal community, they are abstaining from this interference. But not all of the universal community are following the rules also. And so this assumption that these members of the universal community are of a higher energy state, maybe in terms of, shall we say, a reality dimension, but are they higher in terms of a morality? And so it all depends on whether or not you're within the sphere of influence or you're on the outside of the sphere of influence, trying to figure out how to elevate this inner portion, this inner space of this sphere of influence. And so I submit that man space is part of this and working in tandem with the earth space, which is a part of this. But the relationship is cosmic. That's the new revelation. Thank you.
Beautifully said, Alex. Yeah, yeah, the cosmos is always there. It's in every single part of us. We're all, we're in the matter state, and we're on a beautiful planet. We're in a wonderful position. However, we are on a if you take a viewpoint of it's a one cell, and it could be one cell in a very tiny part of a finger, say, and it's so small you can't see it. And yet that finger, when you expand out and you come back and you go further back, then there's a body. I'm not talking about a physical body, but a body, a totality. And so it's everything you speak about is what's so absurd with what's happening is when you understand that it is on a plasmatic level, on a soul level, then all these conditions that are being created and manifesting can be transmuted to a constructive, beautiful thought process that can illuminate and elevate. And that process is just a thought, literally just a thought. And it's the thought, the consciousness thought of the creator.
And you know what else? This is the unbelievably strong covalent bond that is, when you look at the list of panelists today, and you just have a quick perusal, and it's not the quantity, it's the quality. The quality of the panelists here is amazing.
They're all beautiful souls, Alex. They're all very incredibly diverse, universal beings that universal souls that have been present for a very long time.
Yeah, but their time is precious.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not here to waste their time.
And just a thought, you said, Dean, and isn't this what Velikovsky? I know we had studied him in another group I was in, and he had coined something called the noosphere, which is sort of interactions going on in the brain, let's say. Or again, I can't recall exactly, but
you know what, Mark,
he came up with that term, the noosphere, the noosphere.
This is the peace stone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's very true, Alex. What you just said there, that is the peace stone, and that is in any single moment where you can actually interact with it, just with a thought, a conscious thought that just the intention is just set that it's you go to that position, you just you radiate that out, you give that plasma to another plasma on a soul level, on a cellular level, on a physicality, however you want to describe it. and you just create this plasma dome.
Diane says in the chat, from me memory, questionable. Didn't Mr. Keshe correct that mistake, shortcoming in the fields? Question mark. That occurred with the creation of Earth when he, Mr. Keshe, lifted off the ground. I thought he was spreading the essence of peace, the fields of peace, and the soul of peace all across the planet, and probably for the soul of this planet as well. Any comments from anyone?
Feedback is a byproduct of the feeding.
It's interesting that, thank you, Alex, yeah, for that comment. I think you're correct there. It's interesting that Mr. Keshe made that position, saying that he was physically, did he say physically, Mark? Did he say physically lifted off his feet?
Yeah, I think it's 5 to 10 centimeters. He said it was so strong that it literally lifted him 5 to 10 centimeters off the ground, the wish he made.
Yeah, I concur.
Or what he gave.
Do you think by giving that he suddenly took the position of being bringing his soul outside of his physicality?
Well, isn't that it? If you're broadcasting, you can't limit to what you're broadcasting to, and that broadcast becomes a residue of you. So the basis, the foundation, the maggraph is already there. So you only have to add a little bit, and then as you're broadcasting to others, what you're doing now is elevating, and then suddenly you get this feedback. And how many do you get the feedback from? Well, you can only be open, but you can't determine the feedback because the feedback has to come from someone who is open. So as more open, then the feedback is likewise more. So, that's the difference between, say, playing a nightclub and you have 200 people, or playing a stadium and you have 80,000 people. So the feedback is greater and the rush is greater. There's no question about it. But that rush is energy in motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mark. No, you go ahead, Mark.
No,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say we're approaching midnight, and I don't think we should go past that. Am I correct, Dean? Are we about 10 minutes before midnight there?
We are indeed, yeah. I've got 23:48 at the moment. Yes.
Correct. Okay, but please go ahead, or anyone else that would like to come in.
Yeah, let somebody else have a beautiful interaction.
We appreciate you joining us always, Dean.
Yeah, thank you.
You're
Thank you,
so
Mark.
intimately involved in the Links exhibition, and you're willing to share so beautifully and so freely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Yes, thank you, Dean. And I would just want to take a moment to thank everybody for allowing me to present today as well. So the feedback that I'm getting here is very strong, and I appreciate it greatly. So stand by for another exciting week coming down the pipe. Over to you, Mark.
Okay, Gallup says, thank you, everyone, and especially Alex. Lisbeth said, nice voices. And to think that the most of the billions of people on this planet have no clue of what's in store for them. This beautiful gift that's being brought to this planet by all of us. As Mr. Keshe said, it's not him anymore. It's now all of us holding a small piece of this, but they're in for a great, great surprise. And I'd say it's about time, but again, the timing has got to be correct. And of course, it's a process. It's going to not change like in a millisecond, but over time, things will become correct. Better than they ever have been on this planet since its creation. And as you said, Alex, there are many civilizations out there just like our own. As Mr. Keshe indicated, there are civilizations like ours, just learning how to hunt, just discovering fire, and they need this knowledge in their development. Perhaps not to go as far and as long off the path as we have here. So there's work to do in the universe. I don't think you'll ever be unemployed or underemployed. And of course, you're being employed by the creator. So there's no pay involved. Okay, anyone else want to add anything else? As Shweta would say, beautiful souls. If not, I'd like to thank you all for being here. And I wanted to play something that Ying has interacted with some Canadians, let's say, geese. So let me bring her. Oops, I'm just going to share it right here. There. Let me bring this 30-second video up. The next thing, if no one has anything else, I'm going to play the video on the privilege of becoming a satellite soul, the final disclaimer, and then the meeting will end. Let's just take a look at this little beauty here. And yes, all the souls have the right to elevate. Thank you, Ying. And this is, again, what we'll be doing and showing respect for all the created beauties of the Creator. So there's a lot of joy, peace, harmony, cooperation, collaboration in our future. And again, not all this struggle with so many things. And we're about to see something open up in the very, very near future. He said in the next few weeks, he's going to change the understanding of mankind, or change the knowledge of man. And he said things like this before, but it looks like now with the system, with Linz going, with agreements with certain governments, that things are about to just go over the, let's say, waterfall and start to flow. And we're going to have a beautiful place to come back to in between our work, perhaps in the universe, as I see it. Or maybe you will only come back once, as Mr. Keshe indicated. And after that, you're the free bird. Anyone else want to add anything else?
Mark, did you see Diane's comment?
No, the
Yeah.
last one. Okay.
Yeah, we are the ones we were waiting for.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Who said that? Was that you, Alex?
No, as Diane Smith said that.
No, I know Diane said it here, but
Hey,
who else said that? Maybe it was Rick. I've heard it before. But yes,
well,
yes.
very appropriate.
Thank you.
you.
Diane.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a new age thing or whatever. Okay, thank you. Good night.
Yeah, but very appropriate, Dan. Thank you.
Good night to all. Thank you all again for being here and being part of the meeting and being part of the change. This is what we're here for, to bring that change. Otherwise, what are we doing here? But it's all in the works. It's all being positioned properly so that it goes through. There will be some issues, I'm sure, as with anything, but they won't be insurmountable. I think we'll all collectively agree that this is the way we want to move. And even with the governments, he said that this planet is ungovernable with so many different governments on it. It's like having too many cooks perhaps in the kitchen. You can't really get anything done with everyone having a different agenda. Once we get on the same page and all this technology becomes something we're become interested in and want to play with, the wars, the warmongering, all this killing will begin to end, as I see it. And thank you all for being part of that and delivering greatly needed elevation for the soul of the planet, as well as all its inhabitants here and across the universe. I'm going to play the privilege of becoming a satellite soul. Final disclaimer, and the meeting will end. Anyone else would like to add something here? Thank you, Ed, again for putting this video together for us. And thank you, Mr. Keshe, for all that you've done here and throughout the universe. As he said, we're only interacting with him at this position and this dimension. But apparently he's multi-faceted. Like the face of the diamond, or all those shimmers off the same diamond, many different facets. But a beautiful, beautiful piece of material. Okay. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, everyone, for being here today and being part of this great, great change. And again, we're taking this into the universe. It'll be great to have different people that we know in the universe when you go back and forth and see new friends. And I guess the amount of friends we'll have now is totally unlimited. I don't know how you'll remember all that, but the souls will know and recognize each other, I sense.
Hello, Mark.
Go right ahead.
Hello, this is Jefferson. Hello, everyone. Good to be with all here. Hello, Alex. Thank you very much. Jim, everyone. I'd just like to say this ended that has just finished the presidential election right now.
Oh, it was a big day in Brazil today, wasn't it?
Yes, it just finished. We have a new former president coming back to the power. Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva returned. And we elevate his soul.
Agree.
In such a way that he can take the justice, peace that our country, and we can elevate his soul that he can bring the best to the most needed people, not only here, but everywhere. And we elevated the soul of the actual or the present president as well. He has received all information about the Keshe Foundation. The Ministers of Science and Technology has already received it as well. So we elevate his soul as well, and he can take this energy and bring this knowledge forward. So I'd like you all to know that has just happening right now. This. So that's it that I would like to bring. It's a geopolitical situation that we have here. That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Jefferson. Yes, we're coming up with an election here as well, but maybe in the future, as Mr. Keshe said, we're only going to elect people that have been processed through the system. That'll be one of the questions in the debates. have you been processed? And then if voting still takes place, which it probably will for a little while longer, but that will be one of the questions, and the people will vote most likely for the person that's been processed through the system, because they know there'll be a true and just leader, if there are still leaders. Okay.
Yeah, it would be amazing if they could just pass close to those units. Would be amazing.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
all.
I think it'll happen with the satellite and with the cosmic rays. I know Mr. Keshe said to the Americans, just let us know who you want to bring into the system, and we'll bring them in there. So it sounded like, you know, leaders making trouble or other things. I don't know if he was referring to the United States specifically, but yes, we know we've had a lot of issues with war and continuation and arms manufacturing, but that's all about to change. We're going to drop the old and go for the new technologies, the new plasma technologies, which are going to enhance every soul. So thank you all again. I'll play the privilege of becoming a satellite soul. And as Mr. Keshe said, we still need hundreds of people to sign up. You can, of course, go to the store and you will see the invitations here to become a flight simulation, an all-purpose simulation mobile experience. Satellite, I think, goes under the mobile experience, perhaps. But anyway, it's all there for you to choose which area you'd like to get involved in. But it's all beautiful, all technologies that have not been seen on this planet. And there are going to be so many things coming out in a relatively short time, it sounds like. And as Mr. Keshe said, he'll have the head spinning with this new technology here. They won't know where to go, but it's all going to be very beautiful for all of us. And thank you all for bringing the change, and the foundation as well. Okay, I will play the privilege of becoming a satellite soul, final disclaimer, and then the meeting will end. Let's just make sure it starts. Okay.
There is a huge burden on you who became satellites. Try to understand.
Throw away your old pillow right.
We're going to have to start this one over. I thought that might jump in. No problem. Here we go.
There is a huge burden on you who became satellites. Try to understand that with what happened in Linz this week, and with the first test, we have set a precedence for the whole change of the structure. Your child cries, he doesn't talk. You reach his soul, he understands where the pain is. You have a mentally handicapped child. You want to know how you can bring the change. You reach the soul. Does the physicality matter? Those of you who are beautiful people will come to understand, to see all the members of the family within the one physical structure. We shall see from what we saw this week, end of what I call, or the beginning to an end of the knowledge of what we build and nourish as prisoners. We see an end to addiction. We see an end to criminality, and we see an end to kingship. We see the beginning of how we transmute people's soul, elevate them, nourish them, and like a dream you had, return back to them. What we saw this week in this, without a doubt, will bring massive changes to many of us. And as a head of Keshe Foundation and responsible for setting up the One Race Planet, as I have agreed before I arrive here, will endeavor to bring that as fast as possible to be applicable, that it brings a positive change. The world is going through a position of mayhem, not knowing uncertainty, and this uncertainty is creating more problems in the coming months and years, and we are here to use it to change the course for peace. We are not standing for elections, we are not standing to interfere with powers. We elevate the soul of the man in a very massive way. Now there are physical systems, and it can be shown, and it will be developed for all levels of understanding. This process of transmutation of the soul and transmutation of soul of physicality, which is confirmed this week, will bring us many, many changes. Will bring us amazing amount of changes. I hope, as human race, as knowledge seekers, you understand what you have entered into and what you have brought to be, and what is about to come, and how much change it will come and bring for all of us.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.